Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. On a Monday, Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking up to 2 p.m. Very, very excited to get the week started off right. I hope everyone had a good weekend. I hope that Dave and Jason and Christopher Lod got you started off right from 6 to 10. We're taking you up to 2 p.m. as nobody should have a case of the Mondays today, because if you're a Sacramento Kings fan, Bobby Jackson, another one of those early 2000s alum, is returning back to Sacramento. It is essentially official. We had heard about this, a couple weeks ago. Then it went away because the Kings hadn't asked for permission from the Sixers. Apparently that all got resolved, and Kings didn't get fined or anything like that, at least not that we know of, at least not yet. And Bobby Jackson is coming back to Sacramento, where he really dug in with the Stockton Kings and helped to form who they are now, as they are the reigning champs as well. So exciting stuff for the Kings. It was pretty funny. I actually hadn't left the building yet, and I get a text from Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass for us today. I get a text from Kyle saying, it's kind of a running joke that things break as soon as our show ends. And the Brock Purdy news essentially broke at 1:58 p.m. So I was still in the building. I hadn't even left yet. And Brock Purdy, that extension gets announced. And I know that Drapes and Whitey did a great job breaking all that down, and Jay Johnson. But it was just funny because it always happens like that. So we are going to talk about Brock Purdy and his guaranteed money, his amount of money that he's going to be getting every year, his salary in that regard, his yearly average. He's 7th in that situation. He's 8th as far as guaranteed money. What does it all mean? Was it a good deal? A lot of people going back and forth on whether or not it was a good deal. Personally, I think it was, and I just think it's the market. You want to go out there and see what Mac and Jones can give you. That's all fine and good, but the conversations of he's getting $60 million, he's getting this, he's getting that. I think it worked for both sides. I think both sides will be happy, but it does change how we're going to look at Brock Purdy, right? As tough as I am on the Tuas of the world and even Jared Goff, right? They had a great season. Then some injuries happened. Lions couldn't get it done. That's how we're looking at Brock Purdy now. I don't think we're looking at Brock Purdy like Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen, because you look at those guys and their contracts and how they're viewed, and it's a different level. I think that this kind of quiets the conversations that we had where the issue wasn't really that people thought that Brock Purdy wasn't good, okay? It was, should he be talked about with the Mahomes, with the Josh Allens, with the Lamars? Somebody infamously in the Bay Area on one of those radio stations said, I'd take Brock Purdy over Lamar right now. And maybe some people feel like that. But this contract shows us that Brock and his agent agree with what a lot of people have been saying. Brock is a Jared Goff Tua variant. You could say maybe Brock took a pay cut and didn't ask for the most money. The reports that I've seen said that they went to the table looking for the $60 million, and the Niners basically said, yeah, we're going to call your bluff on that, and they end up sitting here. And maybe it comes down to, okay, well, even though his AAV might be different or lower than certain other guys, he did get guaranteed money, more money than others. So we're breaking all that down in about 10 minutes. The Battle of I-80, this one might be a little bit awkward. We're going to talk about it at the bottom of the hour, but the Battle of I-80 went really well for the Giants. The Giants had a really good weekend in general, with other teams in the NL West losing. But, I like to hold people accountable. I like to hold myself accountable, and I like to hold organizations accountable, even if it's an organization and a team that I'm a fan of. And I thought the Giants stuff, we'll go through it. If you didn't see some of the nodes that they had to Oakland and some of the kind of trolling that they did, it was just bizarre to me. And you might call me soft, you might call me Kleenex, that's fine. That's coming up at the bottom of the hour. It was just bizarre. That is what it is, okay? Ant versus SGA, they're calling it the Aura Bowl, the Riz Bowl, okay? Two of the most charismatic players in the NBA go head-to-head. Brunson versus Halliburton, both of these guys trying to get into that superstar category. And after the show, I went home, or I was on my way to River Cats, and I wanted to get some tacos. And people are going to judge me based on where I went. But I'll tell you what, this carne asada was very good. And I'm sitting there eating my Chando's carne asada burrito. And all of a sudden, this kid, and I saw him, I don't know what happened this past season, but I know 2 seasons ago, this kid, he was at a small D1. It might have been North Dakota, something like that. Then he transferred to Alabama, and he absolutely balled out. His name is Grant Nelson. He's 6'11". People are saying he kind of reminds them of a bootleg Cooper Flag. He's got at least an inch or two on Cooper Flag. Projected to go end of the first round, beginning of the second. Maybe he goes sooner than that. But I'm starting to get the draft itch. And just because the Kings don't have a first-round pick does not mean that we're not going to break down some of these draft prospects and how the Kings look. Maybe the Kings move up, maybe they don't. We also have a list of the all of the notable 42nd picks in the NBA. And it actually might make you feel a little bit better than you currently do. When the list actually did impress me more than I thought that it would have. As we break down where we're at in the NBA, and the Nuggets, they're done, okay? And you look at the Nuggets, you look at the Bucks, and a lot of these teams that we've sat here from Sacramento and said, wow, wouldn't it be great to be like them? We talked about the Nuggets being the model. We talked about how you find that gem in the teens of a draft in Giannis. And, you break all this down now, and people are saying the Bucks are in a tough spot. They're maybe going to lose Giannis. After they lose Giannis, where do they go from there? Dame tore his Achilles. He's not even going to play next season. And you still got to pay him a lot of money. The Nuggets, they have a situation where Jamal Murray is making a ton of money. And if you're not winning in the playoffs, is it worth paying him that money? Michael Porter Jr. is a borderline worst contract in the NBA because he's in a tunnel. He's in a lane, and he does one thing. And sometimes he does it well, sometimes he doesn't. Now, obviously, the Nuggets would never be in the same conversation of a Sacramento Kings or one of these struggling teams because they have Nikola Jokic. But you still have to keep him happy. And you also know that guy is not going to play forever. He's essentially told us that. So I'm sitting here looking at all these teams that we've put on pedestals and where they're at, right? You could even go back down I-80 when it comes to the Warriors, right? You're looking at Steph and Jimmy Butler every year, one of them, just one tweak here or there because they're 45 years old and they're done. So the Nuggets are somehow in a tough spot. The Bucks are somehow in a tough spot. The Celtics ended up spending way too much money. All these teams, besides the Warriors, only have one championship to show for all of the success and all of the right moves that they made. And it's starting to feel like, I love Bar Rescue. I've said it before. John Taffer cracks me up. And he talks about how tough the bar business is and how most bars, they do struggle and they do go under. Look, even here in Sacramento, I went back to the Bay for Mother's Day, Alameda. Half of the places that I used to know were either closed or they changed their name again, right? It's the same thing out here in Sacramento. You'll be looking on Instagram saying, why does that place look familiar? Well, because it had a different name 3 years ago. It's a really tough business. And when you look at the NBA and sports in general, you start to realize these are very lucrative businesses, but these are also tough businesses. And it's starting to feel like most teams just spend their time trying to avoid sucking. But the difference is between those other teams and the Kings is that throughout that time of not sucking, you might not win a championship, but you get 5 to 8 years of relevancy. The Kings, they haven't had that. So I believe when they're talking about this platform of sustained success, it's not necessarily about a championship because the reality is that's either going to come along the way or it's not. Those two situations that we talked about who did win championships, one guy was drafted in the second round in Jokic during a Taco Bell commercial. The other guy, Giannis, was what? The 13th pick? So the 15th pick. So you can do everything right, and then sometimes you just get a bit lucky. So what I believe the Kings are trying to do is just put themselves in a situation to be lucky. And that's not something that they've done, right? You know, a lot of people say that luck comes to those that are prepared. And the Kings haven't necessarily had that preparation throughout this whole time. It's not to say that they need to blow it up or not need to blow it up. Because you look around all the teams, the Wizards never found that guy. Who's the best out of all their years of stinking? Who's the best player that the Wizards drafted? Is it John Wall?
Even he was the number one pick in the draft.
Right. And he's the number one pick in the draft. And I don't think he's a Hall of Famer. I know basketball Hall of Fame is easier to get into, but off the top of my, it would be a tough conversation. All of that. They had John Wall when they still were wearing the blue, the end of the blue. He's doing the Dougie, Bradley Beal. That was a nice little tandem, different game, right? And what did they got to maybe a conference final?
They did not. So they got to game 7 of the second round.
So you can get the pick, you can try to make the draft picks, and years later, essentially you have nothing to show for it. How much of that is on the Wizards? How much of that is just some people get lucky? The Nuggets, they draft Jokic in the second round, and that's how it goes. That changes the trajectory of their whole organization. Giannis, they take a flyer. Now Giannis, okay, fine. At least it was top 15. But a lot of these guys, a lot of these teams, they're trying to set things up. Kyle and I, we were talking about the Magic. You look at the Magic, that's really it's not a fun model, but the Magic and the Hawks are essentially what I believe to be Vivek Ranadive models, right? Let's kick it in the playoffs for 3-4 years at a time and then stink, get a top pick, rinse and repeat. And one of these days, the Magic now have Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner. One of these days, we're going to figure it out. And the Hawks, they got Trae Young, okay? They have Jalen Johnson. They get Dyson Daniels in a trade for DeJounte Murray. And so now they're in one of their waves of relevancy. They're never terrible. I know the Magic were, but the Hawks never necessarily terrible. And you're just wading in the water, just trying to find that opportunity where you can get a little bit lucky. Because whether we want to admit it or not, that's part of it. That's part of it. 4 hours with you. We're talking Brock Purdy. People are already getting egregious on the text line. That's how you know I said the 2 words, Brock Purdy. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729. Or visit us at powercopiers.com.
The Memorial Day Race to Savings is on. Get the best deals of the season at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? During the Memorial Day Race to Savings, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/SacktownSports1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Greg Swartz of Bleacher Report, who's cooked up a couple. He's got ties to Cleveland, but he covers the NBA in general. And, you know, I'm going to ask him about DeAndre Hunter. But he covers the NBA for Bleacher Report. He's cooked up a couple different trades, not necessarily pertaining to the Kings, but we know he is well-versed on all things NBA, including Sacramento. So he joins us at 12 o'clock, and we're going to pick his brain on what direction he thinks the Kings should go and if he's cooked up any trades that make sense for them to make, whether that be with DeMar DeRozan or without DeMar DeRozan. What do you think as far as DeAndre Hunter's availability? You know, I got to ask him that because I still feel like DeAndre Hunter, maybe I'm tripping. I feel like he came back, he had the injuries. He didn't start on the Hawks once he got back from injury, kind of because of the log jam with Jalen Johnson and other guys. He goes to the Cavs, number 1 team in the NBA. Obviously, he shows up with them a little bit later in the season. So, and, you know, they were balling, so they run him off the bench as well. I still see a starter in DeAndre Hunter. And is there anything that the Kings have that the Cavs might want? I'm seeing reports of LeBron and, LeBron needs to go back to Cleveland and Giannis for Evan Mobley. So the Cavs are in a spot where they ultimately do need to decide, is Donovan Mitchell going to be the best player on your team or not? That's part of this too. And if he's not going to be the best player, or if he is going to be the quote unquote best player on your team, then your number 2, it just has to be better. And Darius Garland, people love Darius Garland. So do I. Undersized point guard, all-star. But, you know, he's had some trouble staying on the court, specifically when it matters. It's not his fault, but what are they supposed to do? We go through this whole season, and then when it's time to go, you know, you got the sprained toe, you got some things going on, and we're not talking about a Steph Curry who's 37, 38 years old. You're a younger guy. When you're cashed out, we need you available. And if you're not going to be available, then we need to put some plans into place that help the situation. As we discuss Brock Purdy and his contract, 7th highest paid QB based on annual salary, the 8th highest amount of guaranteed money. Some of the notable names that have higher contracts but lower guarantees. I don't think there should be any surprises here. Jordan Love, Tua, and Jared Goff. More guaranteed money in the first 3 years. It's super front-loaded, the whole contract. More guaranteed money in the first 3 years, $165 million than Jared Goff got in 2024. Purdy also gets a no-trade clause. So there are not a lot of players in the NFL that have that no-trade clause, but Brock Purdy is one of them. There are actually only 8. Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Trevor Lawrence, Jalen Hurts, Patrick Mahomes, Jared Goff, Kirk Cousins, and Brock Purdy.
Kirk Cousins is crazy.
Kirk Cousins is nuts. I mean, who is his agent? I need that for my next negotiations. I need Kirk Cousins' agent.
Kirk Cousins
That's who I need.
Is one of the 8 highest paid football players of all time. It's one of the most insane things.
Yeah. So, you know, the Brock Purdy conversation to me has definitely, I don't know that it's cooled off because, to be honest, I think Tua and Jared Goff protect him. You know, a lot of people were trying to be upset about this, but you are Brock Purdy's agent, right? Hey, there's no way you're paying my guy less than Tua. I don't care. There's no way you're paying my guy less than Jared Goff. I do not care. I'd also say there's no way you're paying my guy less than Jordan Love. These are guys that I've beat head to head. These are guys that I've done more than in my career. And not to mention, we gave you an opportunity these last couple years because you hadn't paid me yet. I was getting paid I was getting paid the same as an intern at a sales job, $30,000. So he gets 5 years, $265 million, including 181 in total guarantees. And to me, I if anybody is actually upset about this, or, you know, I saw that it went viral, some Seahawks fans, Cardinals fans. Oh, yeah, that's what we like. Is it what you like? Because Brock is taking care of the Cardinals. Brock is definitely taking care of the Seahawks. And y'all got your own problems because I don't know what the hell Kyler Murray is. And now you're stuck in quarterback purgatory with a Sam Darnold with a less talented offense. So y'all better watch him out. And you don't have to say that Brock Purdy is elite, but I think you're doing a little much. But look, it's all part of the game. You know, it's in division, and you want to go ahead. And by the way, I'm sure Seahawks fans at this point are just waiting for Jalen Milroe. I think they're just eating and good luck to you.
Did you see the report this weekend that the Seahawks are going to try and do the Taysom Hill package for Jalen Milroe?
That tells me all I need to know about the Seahawks. By the way, they don't have DK. Their wide receiver room is a bit confusing. I know they have that young, good defense.
They also have Cooper Kupp now.
And they have what's left of Cooper Kupp. So,
which I kind of forgot that they had Cooper Kupp.
But, anybody upset about this, and 916-339-1140, how you feeling about the Brock Purdy extension? I don't really understand based on – it's just simple to me. It's literally just based on the market. And if you are Brock, what did you think was going to happen? Because Brock, went to Iowa or Iowa State and likes to drive in tractors. He was going to take $30 million. His agent would literally get fired if that happened. So I don't really understand anybody that's upset about this deal. It's essentially maybe even a smidge less than what a lot of people thought it was going to be. Whether or not, like I said, there were reports that he asked for 60 a year and didn't get it. There are reports that, they went into this kind of all on the same page. But the Niners take care of it. It's done now. Will Brock live up to his contract? I don't know. But again, you could say Jared Goff, sure, because they do some things during the regular season. And we'll see what happens in the playoffs. They've had some playoff success. But to me, Tua just protects Brock from all of this. Tua protects Brock from anybody being upset about his contract. Yeah. And let's not even mention Trevor Lawrence.
Well, the Trevor Lawrence one is kind of on its own because, hey, you want to give Trevor Lawrence $200 million guaranteed? Sure, go ahead. His is kind of confusing because it stands on its own. But
I throw Dak in there. I mean, a lot of people like Dak. That's fine. But Dak is 30. All of these, I'm looking right here. All these QBs in the 20s. Then you see Dak, 31 years old, nothing to show for it, and he was guaranteed, looks like $231 million.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Which the total guarantees is the thing that we've learned matters more than the total value of the contract because, with Derek Carr, the Saints signed him to a 4-year contract, but it was basically a 2-year contract. Mm-hmm. With some of these deals, it's like, hey, there's no guaranteed money on the back end, so you're going to have to renegotiate, right? The Brock deal is essentially a 3-year contract. So they've committed to 4 years of Brock Purdy being the starter, and then they can get out of the contract pretty easily. And if you look at the guarantees, I know you mentioned the average annual value, but he got more than Kyler Murray, more than Jordan Love, more than Tua, more than Jared Goff. He even eclipsed Jalen Hurts' contract from last year in guaranteed money. So I think it's kind of both sides get to frame it how they choose, right? They can frame it as he got more guaranteed money than these people. You can also look at it and say he has less average annual value than Trevor Lawrence or Tua or whatever you want to look at. And honestly, I think the guarantees just kind of signifies what the contract is, which is essentially a 3-year fully guaranteed contract with a no trade clause, which means he's going to be the Niners quarterback for the next 4 years by hook or by crook. They're stuck with him. And, it'll probably be a good situation, but no matter what happens, he's their quarterback the next 4 years.
Yeah, and his arm issues, they do scare me a bit. But again, look at what Tua got. And Tua, his career, we hope that it continues and we hope that it's a very long time. But Tua has had multiple career-ending scares, right? And he's right there with a very similar contract. So I don't really know. And then the other question is, okay, does he live up to the contract? Well, that depends on what your thought is on what it means to live up to the contract. What is the level that you're using, okay, or the barometer that you're using to get there? Couldn't you can make the argument Brock has done more, right? And this isn't necessarily a contract based on what he did. It kind of is, but Brock has done more than most of the guys on the list that have already been playing within that contract. And obviously they're paying him to continue to do that, but he's already done more than a lot of dudes that are getting, like I said, look at Dak. Look at Dak, and that's not his first contract. Dak has gotten a broken foot and a lot of different things. So I think this is the perfect situation for the Niners. Do I think Brock Purdy wins a Super Bowl? I don't know. I do think there are some physical question marks with Brock Purdy. Obviously, nothing mental. We know he's the best processor we've seen in the history of the game. I'm just kidding, but a lot of people, mention that. But as far as his physical attributes, the throwing in the rain, things like that, you just have to control what you can control. What we do know is that it will never rain in a Super Bowl, right? So if you can control what you can control, and again, this sounds like a Tua conversation, and it ain't as bad as Tua, okay? And, Tua goes to Kansas City. Just don't even waste your time watching the game. Tua has to go anywhere that is under 50 degrees. Just don't bother watching the game. I'm not saying that Brock Purdy is like that, but we have seen some different question marks. So his level and his kind of measuring stick will change now. But again, all these guys, when you're a decent to good quarterback, all these guys get paid. And that's just what it is. When we return, Bobby Jackson is on his way back to Sacramento. What does this mean for the rest of the coaching staff and for the future of the Sacramento Kings? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar! La, 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 la.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger, who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in focus and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
500 Capitol Mall, Sacramento. CordellCordell.com.
Hi, Sacramento. It's the No Surprise guys at Bell Brothers Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Need a new water heater? Call Bell Brothers. Need drain or sewer work? Call Bell Brothers. Need a free plumbing estimate? Call Bell Brothers. We don't guess at plumbing and drain problems. We use advanced camera inspections and diagnostics to identify the issues. We're fast, reliable, and respect your time by showing up when we say we will. Our technicians are all background checked, drug tested, and will leave the work area cleaner than they found it. The price we quote is the price you pay. We are the No Surprise guys, with more technicians, more trucks, and more experience. We get the job done right the first time. No surprises. Don't wait. Call Bell Brothers today for a free plumbing estimate or book online at nosurpriseguys.com. That's nosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number Everything Smart Bed sale. Every smart bed and base are on sale during our Memorial Day event. Up to 50% off, plus free home delivery. Limited time. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Tell me where you want to go.
Jeff from the 916 says, Allen, it was a dose of reality this past week. Much like the Kings, A's just can't compete with the better teams. I didn't even watch the game on Sunday because they're just not on the same level. Well, they've beat, like I said, and maybe they just have a thing for the Rangers because they played the Rangers really well. It was a really tough stretch for the A's, and we knew that, right? They had the Yankees, then the Dodgers, and then the Giants. And the Giants, obviously, the worst out of those three teams, but the Giants have been playing pretty well this season too. And, the A's are still building. They'll get to host the Angels, who are not as terrible as you would think. They're 20-25. So they get the Angels this week, right? And then things get a bit tougher against the Phillies. But, when I'm looking here, yeah, the Phillies obviously are always going to be in the mix with Bryce and the crew. But I wouldn't say that they can't compete with the elite teams, but they're young and they're getting there. And you have to play. I don't know a lot of teams that would fare too well playing the Yankees, then the Dodgers, and then the Giants. And obviously you have a rivalry there, even if people still don't want to call it that. We'll have some more A's talk here in about 10 minutes, and it's mostly from the Giants perspective, but we got that coming up, so don't go anywhere, Jeff. Right now, we are discussing the Bobby Jackson news that broke, and this is from Michael Scotto of Hoops Hype. The Sacramento Kings have added Bobby Jackson as an assistant coach to Doug Christie's staff. Agent Andy Miller of Clutch Sports told Hoops Hype Jackson played 6 of his 12 NBA seasons in Sacramento, including 5 as Christie's teammate, and was a Kings assistant coach twice. So, he was with Stockton. He gets an opportunity. He's back with the 76ers. Obviously, the 76ers had I don't know how this goes if the 76ers don't have just an awful season due to injury, but, he comes back to a situation that he is comfortable with. I think Doug Christie, obviously, we joke about the snake draft and how, okay, you take a pick, and now Scott Perry has a pick, and now Doug has 2 picks. Now Scott Perry has 2 picks. So this was definitely a guy who, Doug is comfortable with, but he also has some coaching chops. And when you get hired by organizations that you don't really have the same connection to, right? With Bobby Jackson being out there in Philly, that's just a testament to the fact that, yeah, this dude can coach. So just because he's, it's the same thing as your cousin cuts hair, right? You want your cousin to cut your hair. You're not just going to let him cut it because he's your cousin if he stinks at cutting hair, but you feel more comfortable going to him versus somebody else because that's your cousin and you know him and you're comfortable with him. So Bobby Jackson is a good coach. He is a kind of a rising star in this business and in this league. And the Kings wanted to jump on it. It's the same thing that Scott Perry said. Look, just because, Doug was already here and Doug has a connection to the city and to the franchise, I'd hire Doug anyway, or if I were working somewhere else, I'd still be looking at Doug. Now, you can believe that or not. That's your prerogative. But I look at this Bobby Jackson thing in a similar way. And I think that Doug obviously wanted a dude that he's comfortable with and, they're on the same wavelength as far as how they think the game should be played. But also, this isn't some Joe Schmo that just wasn't coaching at all. So I think it's a great opportunity for Bobby Jackson. I think that when you look around the coaching staff from Mike Woodson to Bobby to now Doug, there's a good mixture of different generations, right? And how the game could be viewed. I don't think that you should have a team where everybody is every coach is under the age of 60 or whatever the case may be. And I don't think that it should go the opposite way. I think that in most things in life, you need a balance, you need a blend. And I think that this is what the Kings are trying to achieve right now. And I'm still waiting to hear how this thing is going to break down. I mean, Kyle, if we had the counter, right, as of right now, we are only sure about 4 I'm counting that out loud. It's Barbosa. Well, obviously Doug, but outside of Doug, Barbosa, you have Bobby Jackson now, you have Mike Woodson.
There were reports that Alapag was going to stay because they mentioned the people who weren't coming back.
Yeah, you're right. They did say, I believe that we saw something saying that he was because he was at the draft workouts.
Yeah, we saw people who weren't coming back, and then there was not a confirmation about the other people. So it seems like Alapag is going to still be on the staff.
Right. So that's
but again,
three super confirmed.
Yeah, that's a deep bench guy.
Yes.
And interestingly, you brought up the point about different eras kind of coming in. What I think is interesting is that they are all former players who all played in different eras at the same time, right? It's like Woodson is in his 60s and played in the 80s, obviously with the Kings for a few years. You have Doug and Bobby who are 90s. Then you have Barbosa, who kind of spans the 2000s and a little bit of the 2010s. So it's interesting that you have the age discrepancy and they've gone the route of all former NBA players on the staff so far.
Yeah, and that was something when they first moved on from Mike Brown. There were a couple things that we were just getting hit over the head with, right? The whole offense, they practiced too much. That's number one. The offense was similar to a geometry class, right? It was way too difficult for a lot of those guys, algebra 2, geometry, whatever the case may be. Okay, those were the two things. And the third thing was, and I feel like in my mind, I just remember Malik Monk talking about it pretty often, was that Doug played. And bringing up that Doug played, and I don't know that it was meant, I don't think it was meant as a slight towards Mike, but they all brought up the fact that Doug played, and I don't know that feels like that kind of connects to the playing part of it as well, and the practice part of it, as far as, hey, well, Doug knows how it is to play 82 games. We don't need to be practicing this much, or Doug knows, that the offense can't be too complex. It felt like those were kind of buzzwords when they first moved on from Mike. So I guess it's not terribly surprising that, okay, if this is what you guys really we're into as far as Doug is concerned, let's keep that going.
Yeah, you bring up exactly the point I was going to make, which is not that it's not a slight to say, oh, they're only hiring former players or not. Again, you see different results in different places, right? You have Finch and Dagnalt in Oklahoma City and Minnesota, but then you have, your Carlisles and other people who are former players that find success. Jamal Mosley in Orlando being an example. So, coaches come from different backgrounds. I just think it's interesting that they've, the previous regime was Mike Brown didn't play in the NBA, played college basketball. Jordy Fernandez never played professional basketball. Jay Triano never played in the NBA. They go from those three being the coaches to now Doug becomes the coach, and Doug brings in people who all played in the NBA and played in the NBA for 10 plus years. I think that is a fascinating change of direction from where they were before. Again, maybe that's what the players wanted. Maybe it's something different. Maybe it's nothing, but it is very interesting that they've made a complete 180 on the hirings.
Yeah. And I would say that, again, I'm not afraid to necessarily say it, but it reminds me of politics a bit, and how when you've gone in a different direction for so long, a lot of times one side is just tired of it, right? And most of the time, when we look at the past kind of presidencies, it'll go blue for a while, then it's red for a while, then it's blue for a while. Part of that is obviously because of the success or lack thereof, and the other part of it is because, people just get tired of stuff and feel like, okay, we need to go in a completely different direction. And then eventually they'll come back and, we'll see what happens there. So I think they've said, okay, we were not all about the non-playing former players as coaches, but that's where things kind of went because Mike didn't play. Now that we have Doug in office, if you will, Doug did play. So he wants other like-minded individuals to kind of bring in that same type of mentality, and we'll see how it works out for the Kings. Got more Kings talk breaking down the coaching staff and, of course, the players and what they're going to be able to do on the court. But when we return, the Battle of I-80 was a success for the Giants, but did they take it a little too far with the trolling? Or am I being soft? Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot, 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 and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh, yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-848-1331. That's 800-848-1331.
Olay Indulgent Moisture Body Wash.
It's me, Olay Indulgent Moisture Body Wash. I see those dry elbows, baby. But don't worry. Get moisturized right in the shower. So hydrated you can skip the lotion after.
Don't want to see it dry no more. Skin so moisturized with body wash.
Look at you now. No more dry skin. Your skin gets the moisture it craves with
Olay Indulgent Moisture Body Wash.
San Francisco! What a laser from Brock Purdy, and what a catch.
San Francisco 49ers single game tickets are available now.
Intercepted by Fred Warner. Fred gets up and runs back the other way. One block and he's in. Gonna throw left for the end zone. It's caught by George Kittle.
Secure your seats at 49ers.com/tickets.
Touchdown!
Live and local
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
It was a great weekend for the San Francisco Giants. By the way, our trade candidate of the day didn't give out the hints yet. Okay. Trade candidate of the day plays in the Western Conference. He is a wing. He is a smaller wing known as a sharpshooter, has not lived up to his potential, but still has a chance. And he is a champion. That might have given it away. Wing, known as a sharpshooter, has not lived up to his potential or contract so far, and he's a champion from the Western Conference. That is it.
There's only about 6 of those.
It's not a lot. There's not a lot, okay? So that's coming up at 11 o'clock. But as far as the Giants are concerned, the Giants had a really good weekend. They swept the A's. The Dodgers were swept by the Angels. I guess that's something to keep in mind as the Angels now have the A's. Anything is possible.
Oh, 4 games this week at Sutter.
Yeah.
The A's have, a negative 8,000 run differential at home?
It is the battle. Take the over on those games, by the way, if that's something that you're into. Sutter Health, A's, Angels, take the over. And stop by because – those games probably Kyle can look up the get in the door price. There's no way that they're going to be that bad. And
I'll be out there tonight if anyone wants to say hi.
There you go. Padres were swept by the Mariners as well. So now the Giants, a game or so back in the NL West, and they should feel good about things. I think that this season is much more substantial and much more realistic than the 107 wins a couple years ago, where they had the most pinch hit home runs in the history of the franchise, whatever it is. That was not realistic. Okay. The way the Giants are getting things done now, Verlander's dealing with some stuff. He's just old. And, as long as he's around for the playoff push, that's what matters. And of course, the hitting is always a question mark. By the way, and I can give you these kind of heads up. Look, because I'm down there at some of the games. Yeah, if you're wondering about Marco Luciano, he's doing his thing in the outfield. I don't know what's going to happen with him, but I'll put it to you like this: it doesn't look like he shouldn't be there. A lot of these guys, when they make it to the big leagues, right? It's pretty obvious Nick Kurtz on the A's. I can imagine that when he was in AA or AAA, whatever it was, it looked like he shouldn't be there. If you were to just go to a game and not know anything about these guys' past, right now, Marco Luciano doesn't jump off the screen. So if anybody's wondering, or, off the page, if you're there. So if anybody's wondering, Allen, why haven't they pulled up Marco Luciano? I'm sure they would love to. But, hitting wise, and I like Grant McCray. Grant McCray is great, but, he's a Jung-Hoo Lee variant, and you have Jung-Hoo Lee. So you're not necessarily going to bring him up and play him in left or right field. So, yeah, if anybody was curious about a Marco Luciano, and he's done with the infield, by the way. So, yeah, I was joking with one of my coworkers just about the list of kind of Giants guys that were supposed to save the organization, and Marco Luciano, Joey Bart, all those guys up in the list. Wish Marco Luciano the best. Obviously, I'm out there, and I'm just giving you the heads up. This is what I'm seeing.
Sure. First of all, just to close the loop, $20 gets you in the door tonight for Angels A's.
There you go.
Sutter Health Park. Second of all, to the Giants' point, baseball's that weird sport where one player is never going to quote unquote save your franchise. But for the Giants, who have just been looking for any young player, right? I'm not even saying the next Aaron Judge, just like the next Stephen Kwan, just someone who has a chance to make an all-star team. You can pencil in at number 3 or number 5 in the order every night. When was the last time they had that? Yastrzemski's been
Yastrzemski's been in and out. Elliot Ramos, a lot of people thought Elliot Ramos was done. You look at his pedigree and where he initially got drafted, he was supposed to be a dude, and a lot of people thought he was going to be stuck in quadruple A and in Sacramento forever, and he figured it out. Now, is that going to sustain? He was an all-star last season. Is that going to be something that the Giants can count on? That I don't know. I don't know. I'm never going to bet against him, but I wouldn't bet on it.
It's not as sure of a thing as some of these other teams have, right? And again, I'm not even saying a guy who wins Rookie of the Year and is a 6-time All-Star, whatever. If they get, I'm just going to use the Padres as an example. If they get a Jackson Merrill, they'd be amazingly happy. But if they shoot for the stars and they get their version of a Lawrence Butler, I think they'd be fine. Because at this point, like I said, it's been 6 years of Yastrzemski playing right field, and they've been trying to find somebody to take that mantle and run with it.
Yeah, Luis Matos has been in and out. So, we'll see what happens with the Giants. As far as the A's are concerned, Jeff on the text line says, Allen, it's just clear that the A's can't compete with these guys. Well, like I said, they had the Yankees, the Dodgers, and then had the Giants. And maybe you're not wrong, but where the A's are, at least they know where they're headed, right? Well, I think they're headed to Vegas, but a very, very young infield, okay? A not an old outfield, just outfielders that are either in their prime or about to hit their prime. JJ Bleday's 26, Lawrence Butler's 24. So I think the A's are in a great spot. And they have enough prospects now where we saw they were 21st on the farm system list because a lot of their prospects are coming up. So you're going to have to move some of the guys. I don't know who, but you move somebody maybe at the end of, maybe not this go round, but you move somebody, maybe you mess around, get the last wild card this season. You move somebody or somebody's next season to shore up, or in the offseason to shore up your pitching staff. And then next season, I think they'll be in a better position to to really get after this thing. As far as the battle of I-80, I did want to spend some time, like I said, just kind of getting after the Giants because I'm just not really sure what they were trying to prove. And if you are not aware of kind of some of the things that the Giants did throughout the weekend, first they put up a sign that had 415 and then it had a heart, okay, and then it had 510. So obviously those are the area codes, 415 for San Francisco, 510 for Oakland. So it basically said 415 loves the 510. San Francisco loves Oakland. So I thought that was really weird because the Giants, it is well documented that the Giants blocked the A's when they were trying to move to San Jose. And I think a lot of people may not know that. And I don't know if the Giants are trying to trick people into thinking that they were supportive of the A's trying to stay in the Bay, because they weren't. They also voted against it. Now, that vote would have went through anyway, right? I mean, the whole situation, it wasn't as if the Giants pushed it over, but they didn't have to vote for it, and they did. So they had that going. Then yesterday, it came across my timeline that the Giants played Celebration after sweeping the A's, which was a Kool and the Gang song that the A's have played after wins since the 80s. So, and I see the Giants flagship, one of their hosts saying, "What a sick troll job." What exactly are the Giants trying to prove? What are they trying to troll? I just think that, and maybe I'm thinking too much into it. That's completely fine. Like I said, maybe I'm being soft, a little bit of Kleenex here. It just felt like the Giants had no clue, the social team, anybody like that. It just felt like, as people will accuse me and other media members of doing, trying to get clicks. Felt like the Giants were just trying to get clicks off of the A's because you're supporting the 510, but you're trolling the game. So, it's still a fun rivalry, even though we supported you leaving our sister city. So it just kind of rubbed me the wrong way. I thought it was a little bit tone deaf. And I went back and forth with some people on social media, of course. But, I love the Giants. I've told the stories time and time again, seeing JT Snow hit a home run at my first Major League Baseball game and watching Dusty Baker leave in his Harley. I fell in love with the Giants at that point. But, I just think it was a bit salt in the wound for no reason. And I think a lot of A's fans, I would assume they're sellouts. I think a lot of A's fans felt good about going to these games because you're not putting money directly in John Fisher's pocket, but you are spending a bit more money with $70 to get into the door, is what I was told. But stuff like that, if you are kind of in the know, it just kind of reeked of no real direction. Just kind of, it just felt like the Giants should have been above doing stuff like that. And I guess is that them just trying to enjoy, like, to me, playing Celebration is less harmful. Fine, you want to troll them because you won and you swept them, cool. But the 415 loves the 510 thing was so tone deaf and so stupid to me. I just had to say something.
So do you feel like it would have been better if they had just not done anything?
Just don't do it. And a lot of people were going back at me saying the Giants can do what they want. They don't have to. They didn't have to support the A's staying in Oakland. That's their prerogative. It was good business. Trust me. I've said it time and time again. Cold-blooded, but good business. I will never disagree with that. You got to do what you got to do. But to then say we love the 510, that to me is where it's just unnecessary.
So is it the double entendre of we love you and support you and you're welcome here?
Yeah, right. You're welcome here because we made sure that the A's are not.
So you can spend your money here.
Exactly.
Right. And so I get that point of just like, hey, we're going to do the, battle of Highway 80 or whatever they called it. We're going to sell the merch. We're going to sell the tickets for the people who do want to be into baseball still in Oakland or former A's fans. We're going to offer you a space to come watch the A's, but we're also not going to. It's weird, right? Because it's hard to separate the Oakland from the athletics part of it, because I kind of caught myself there because
real quick, thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah.
John purposely saying Oakland, right? As if, I guess we're supporting Oakland. It was a sham of we're supporting Oakland. We're only going to say it's Oakland when we all know what you did.
That's the part that I'm struggling with is the conflating Oakland to the athletics organization themselves, right? Because it seems like playing Celebration is trolling the Athletics.
Right.
But doing the 510 thing and calling them Oakland and all that stuff is in support of Oakland, the community.
Yes.
But you're trying to draw in Athletics fans from the Oakland community. So I'm even having the hard time differentiating the two, which is, I think, to your point, why they shouldn't have played it down the middle or play both sides. They're trying to support Oakland while making fun of the A's at the same time, and it gets kind of messy because those two are so interconnected.
Oh, and by the way, my burying the lead that they're playing in the Giants AAA ballpark in Sacramento.
Yeah, that's the other part of it.
Like, what are we talking about? They're literally playing in their. Oh yeah, go ahead, go play out there.
It sounds like the thing you're upset with is playing both sides when people in the know what role the Giants played in the Athletics' departure. So then
the whole thing was very patronizing. That's the word I will use. It was very patronizing for those that don't necessarily know what's going on. And again, I will close with this. It is extremely good business. If they get 5% of A's fans to flip to Giants, they've won. They've already won. But you get 5-10%, maybe even more. We've already seen the projections. Their revenue is going to skyrocket.
And you get the next generation of baseball fans in the Bay.
Right, who have no choice but to be, and they're not going to know. This stuff is going to get buried.
And that is why relocation is so painful.
So I'm off my soapbox. Some people saying, oh, this isn't worth the time. Well, that's your opinion. And 916-339-1140 if you want to be a part of the conversation. Trade candidate coming up. And like I said, somebody already guessed it correctly, by the way, from the 916. Two people have. Yeah, this was an easy one today. Let's just be honest. Who is that wing former champion that's getting paid a little bit too much, but could come to Sacramento and find his way? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Carmichael Dave here for my good friends at American Energy. As a native Sacramentan, I can tell you, not that you need to know, that it might be nice right now, but turn the corner and oh my God, it's so hot. Yeah, you know, summer is coming. And my friends at American Energy want to make sure you are dialed with your AC unit. So how about this? Half off tune-up right now. It's a special going on, just $24.50 to get your air conditioner tuned up. A free diagnostic. And oh, by the way, if you need a new AC unit, up to $3,500 in rebates on qualifying system installations. That's right. They've been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Give them a call, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Here's the song.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
With so many ways to warm up before golf, a group of university researchers tried to cut through the clutter. 24 low handicap players were split into groups. The first group was instructed to hit 9 shots in a row with 4 different clubs at set targets. The second group also hit 36 shots, but in a random order. Maybe 1 shot with a driver, 1 with a 7-iron, another with a wedge, and so on. Then all the golfers from both groups hit 9 test shots that simulated the kind of shots they'd hit on the course. Results found that the group who practiced with randomized shots performed better than the first group. Well, that's one study, but it's probably important to note that rather than hit a bunch of shots with 3 clubs, you might be better off hitting different clubs to different distances. You'll have practice shots to different targets with different clubs, presumably just like you'll do on the golf course. Give it a try. What do you have to lose except a few shots on your scorecard? That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, with second baseman Zach Geloff having spent the entire year on the IL, the A's offseason acquisition of Luis Urias as a free agent has turned out to be a shrewd move. As of the end of the last homestand, Urias had started 20 consecutive games at second base, hitting 4 home runs, including a walk-off against the White Sox, and his OPS almost .830. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
Postseason dunks, threes, buzzer beaters. There's so much NBA happening. I gotta keep up.
Whoa, take it easy there. There's a better way to NBA. All playoffs long.
Wait, really?
With the NBA app, you get real-time stats and scores for every playoff matchup. Witness playoff drama as it unfolds.
Seriously?
Catch every bucket all in one place, all for free.
Where have you been all my life?
There's a better way to NBA. Download the app today. Available on the Google Play, Apple app, and Android stores.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Hammer time thrown down by the league.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
(916) complaining about the A's. JJ Bleday stinks. Seth Brown is the worst player in MLB history. Mark Kotze is not the best. Talking about walking the bases loaded when your closer throws 104. Yeah, Mason Miller, man. It's gonna happen again. I know the A's are in a better spot, but I could definitely see the trade. When you have somebody like Mason Miller, the trade rumors are never gonna go away, right? I just don't ever want to see that brother throw anything other than a fastball. Ever.
Don't even want to flip it up on him?
No. Just throw 104. It's video game stuff. Because we're to the point now, we'll see guys throwing 98, 99, even 100, and you don't really blink anymore. Then you watch Mason Miller, and the brother's throwing 103, 104 miles per hour.
Yeah, to your point, when you have a player that good in their prime, the rumors are always going to be. I mean, last trade deadline, I was kind of crazy where they're like, hey, rookie of the year with 6 years of team control. Will the A's trade him?
Yeah.
And that was always crazy. I saw this weekend they were making Paul Skeens jersey
I literally
swaps.
was about to say that.
I was like, he just got here. What do you mean we're already doing Paul Skeens jersey swaps?
Yeah. Well, I mean, and obviously different situation with the Pirates. They stink, and Andrew McCutchen is still playing, by the way. But yeah, I hope Mason Miller stays in Sacramento. I would say that it makes more sense for him to stay this season while they do have a shout at the last wild card than last season. If he made it through last season, you should feel better about this season, but that doesn't mean you should feel good.
I mean, baseball's so weird. I was looking at the standings. If the Angels take 3 out of 4 this week at Sutter Health Park, the A's are in last place in the AL West.
It's still early.
Weird.
It's still early. Is it early for Michael Porter Jr. because he is our trade target, our trade candidate of the day? Senor Segway strikes again. That's right.
That was you didn't even try on that one.
Well, it's Monday. And Whitey's not here.
Segway strikes again.
Whitey's not here to give
You're like, well, what if Michael Porter Jr.?
Yeah, Michael Porter Jr. Let's get right on into it. Played 77 games this past season. Obviously he was supposed to be a top pick. He ended up going 14th overall in 2018. Could have been the number 1 pick, but had really rough back issues out in Missouri, where he played college ball. He played 77 games this season, actually scored 2 more points than his career average at 18.2 points, 7 rebounds. He's a shady good rebounder, I would say, at 7 rebounds per game, 2.1 assists, not much of a playmaker, 50% from the field, 39% from 3, 76% from free throw. You'd think that would be a little bit better based on the type of shooter he is. And for his career, 345 games, 16.2 points per game, 6.4 rebounds per game, 1.4 assists per game, 50% from the field, 40% from 3, 79% from the free throw line. This season, he played 33.7 minutes per game, and that wasn't enough to get it done. He did not have a good series against the Oklahoma City Thunder. I'm looking here at the points that he had. He did have, he had 6 points yesterday. Okay, he had 6 points yesterday in a winner-go-home game, and they went home. After that, before that, he had 10 points, 2 points, 3 points, and just that first game in overtime, he had 21. So he's really struggled here, and the Nuggets are trying to figure out where exactly it is they are going to go next. If you look at those numbers, though, initially that I just read off, that's pretty darn good. So, Allen, what's the problem? Why do they continue to dangle Michael Porter Jr. talks? Well, and I wouldn't even call him that much of a one-trick pony because he can rebound the basketball to the tune of 7 per game, but offensively, his athleticism is very confusing. I would say he signed that 5-year, $179 million deal. He's sitting at $35.8 million. That's what he got paid this season. Next season, he'll get $38.3, and he's sitting at he'll be 27 years old at that point. And then the season after that, so 2 years left on the contract, $40.8 million, 28 years old. That's what he will be when he heads into free agency. I mean, my initial thoughts, and Kyle is going to provide us with some of the different trade packages, but I definitely could be convinced. That's my initial thought on Michael Porter Jr. because the way he shoots the basketball, I think that their system is a bit confusing out there in Denver. It's so much Jokic. When I watch him, he doesn't really boogie. He's not really going to break you down off the dribble, but he has a quick trigger. To me, I mean, respectfully, I would say that Keegan is better defensively, but to me, he's almost a souped-up Keegan Murray. He shoots the ball a lot faster. He's got better athleticism. They both rebound the basketball pretty well. They both don't really play make. Who has a better handle? I feel like it's Michael Porter Jr. Either way, that's not really either of their bags. But if you can get Michael Porter Jr., I guess you could move Keegan to the 4 and kind of rock and roll from there. The big issue here is, do you think, and this is why he keeps getting dangled, do you think that he's worth $38 million?
And 2 years left on that contract.
$38 million next season, 40.8 after that. Now, if they get through next season, and if you are the Nuggets, obviously once that deal is expiring, people might say, okay, let's see what's going on here. The issue is if they're trying to act now, they might not get the value that they'd like to get because people are saying, well, look, you're trying to move on from him. You drafted, this is your dude, but and you essentially are saying he's not worth the contract. So you're going to have to pay us enough you're going to have to give us a good deal, right? It's not Zach LaVine level, but you're going to have to make it worth our while if you want it to take 2 years. When it gets to 1 year, I think the leverage will move back a little bit. 40.8 for 1 year is still a lot, but it's a lot easier on an expiring deal versus, hey, this guy is owed $79 million over the next 2 years. Please take him. Okay, well, based on what you want back, how are you going to make it worth it for me?
Yeah, and that's the tough part, that the Nuggets have to ask what they want to do, right? Because if I were Denver, what I would do this summer is I would make sure to get that to an expiring contract, whether you're getting Chris Middleton or whoever else in return. Just get that contract to a point where it expires after next year. I would risk suspension and fines and being thrown in jail to tamper with Luka Doncic and to convince him, hey, come play with Jokic and Jamal Murray. Come play with Jokic and Jamal Murray, and then make sure you get that expiring contract so you can clear $50 million in cap space for next summer. Obviously, Denver might not do that. So then they kind of have to ask themselves, how are we going to be able to compete within the margins with a contract that kind of similar to Zach LaVine is only tradable for like 6 other contracts in the league?
Yeah. There is a joke here with Luka and the altitude.
There is. Jokic deals with it.
Yeah. He'll get used to it. He would get used to it.
Yeah, that's the pivot for Denver. It's just like, hey, those two are like best friends. Jokic, just convince that man to come here, and we will do work to put ourselves in a position to be available for him. Because other than that, I don't know how they fix this thing, right? I don't know how they won't be able to get a player, I think, as good as Porter Jr. in a trade at this point.
But that's the thing. When you look at the numbers, and it feels like a Zach LaVine conversation, because when you look at the numbers, 18 and 7 on 39% from 3-point range, 50% from the field. He played 77 games, so availability is not much of a problem at all.
Sure, but then you take out that one game 3 of the series you mentioned, and he was 4 for 30 at the 3-point line.
Yeah. He averages 6 3-point attempts per game for his career this season. He was at 6.4. So 39% on 6.4 a game. That's pretty darn good.
Yeah, he's a very good player.
So as far as the Kings are concerned, I think the issue is, I don't know. He goes 6'10", so he's taller than Keegan, but Keegan looks a little thicker to me. I don't know that either of them can really play the 4. That's the problem.
Well, Keegan played the 4 last year.
I didn't love it.
I think in this scenario, I just think it's game to game. I think it's just those are your 2 wings. Porter will sit in the corner better than Zach LaVine does, and then you get a true scoring 2. Maybe that is Zach LaVine. We'll talk about the different options later, but maybe you just have a scoring 2 on the wing, and 2 spot up shooting 3-point shooters who can create their own shot. Wow, that was a mouthful.
All right, let's see how Kyle says the Kings can get it done. Is there a way to still bring in a point guard not named Dennis Schroeder and make a run in the West? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
The only place you'll find Keegan Murray is Sacktown Sports.
Out to Keegan Murray, straight away for 3, and Keegan knocks down the triple.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Keegan Murray, and you're listening to the home of Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Making an Impact, sponsored by Granger. Ashley Crossan has just been named 2025 National Teacher of the Year for her impact on students. Who does she give the credit for this honor?
The kids are amazing. Like I don't have to do much because they come in, they show up, and they make the job easy.
For the ones who get it done, Granger offers professional grade supplies and solutions made for every industry and backed by product experts. Call clickgranger.com or just stop by.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Taking you up to 2 p.m., we are taking a look at Michael Porter Jr. and how the Kings can acquire the sharpshooting swingman out there in Denver and whether or not he is worth that money. Because it is a lot of money. But at the same time, we know it's a wing-driven league. I saw someone yesterday say, the playoffs are about wings and dudes. You got to have a dude, and you got to have wings. Right now, the Kings have neither.
Man, there was a joke right there for wings and flat out ballers.
Yeah. There you go. Well, now that's your segue. So the Kings don't have enough wings, and I don't think they have a dude. And somebody's going to type it in right now. You can save your breath. I don't think De'Aaron was a dude on that level. I think he was more of a dude than what the Kings have now, but I think we'd still be having this conversation. The Jalen Brunson, all these guys that we used to, when De'Aaron was in Sacramento, all these guys that we used to argue that De'Aaron is as good as, all these guys have lapped him, right? And now he's going to essentially be a Dwayne Wade type piece when LeBron joined the Heat. So we'll never really have to go back and forth on these conversations again because De'Aaron's role is going to change. So the Jalen Brunsons, I don't know. De'Aaron, when he gets Jalen Brunson's better. Tyrese Halliburton, I don't know. Tyrese Halliburton, you could maybe still make the argument if you want and say throw De'Aaron on the Pacers and they're still here. I don't know. But I don't know how I can say that De'Aaron is better than Tyrese Halliburton right now. So all these guys have kind of, gotten a step on him. He's going to do his thing in San Antonio. He's just going to be handling things a bit differently. So you don't have wings and you don't have a dude. Well, you can at least eliminate some of this and knock one thing off, cross one thing off your checklist and get another wing. All right. So Kyle, what are the different trade packages to get this Michael Porter Jr.?
All right. So obviously we got to match the money, and the Kings have trade exceptions, but the Nuggets have a hefty price on their tax bill, so it's harder to use them correctly. The easiest one, and we've talked about this before, I think we talked about it even going back into the regular season, but Zach LaVine goes to Chicago. I think Zach LaVine goes to Denver, and Michael Porter Jr. and Zeke Naji go to Sacramento, which is, Naji's not a great contract, but it makes the money match between the two, and Zach LaVine probably fits better as a number 4 in a very expensive number 4 in Denver than Michael Porter Jr. does.
Yeah, this is kind of what we discussed when it came to the Warriors. This is kind of a last-ditch effort with this crew. Zach LaVine is better than Michael Porter Jr. You're paying for it. You already kind of had Michael Porter Jr. on a bad There's actually a better situation than the Warriors because you're getting rid of a bad contract for possibly a worse contract, but the worst contract has higher upside. I think Zach LaVine has Zach LaVine can drop 40 for you randomly. Michael Porter Jr. is not doing that. At least he hasn't done that.
Yeah, I mean, LaVine is a better player, but obviously you're paying for that if you're the Nuggets to the tune of the $48 million and then $49 million player option that everyone in
47.
Sacramento... whatever. Everyone in Sacramento is eager to get out from that contract.
Yeah.
But again, if you're Denver, do you lock yourself into Zach LaVine for essentially 2 years, unless you do the, hey, opt out and we'll give you a long-term contract thing? Do you lock yourself into that? Or if you're going to move Porter, do you want an expiring contract?
Yeah. I don't know that Denver would do that. I think that the Zach LaVine thing is just tough, really tough. But
I think he can be a number 4 on a championship team.
No, I think he can too. But do you want to pay for that? If you're Denver, I think you just talk yourself into, we can get this type of production somewhere else.
Yeah, you're saying we'll take the Chris Middleton, Marcus Smart package from the Wizards instead.
And it's just too hard to move that contract. So to answer your question, I would do it if I'm the Kings. I'd have to look at the money because you still need a point guard, but now you have a shooter's dream, and I would say even Domantas Sabonis, that type of dream, because the way he passes the basketball, you got snipers everywhere. You have Keegan Murray, you have Michael Porter Jr., right?
And you would theoretically have Keon Ellis.
You have Keon Ellis, and obviously Zach LaVine can shoot the basketball, but on top of that, what he can do, Michael Porter Jr. rebounding the basketball too. He's got to be better than Zach LaVine on defense. I mean, that's just his.
It has to be.
I know that's just literally, it's impossible not to be. So I would get you that, and then you move DeMar for a decent point guard, and I think you're on to something.
At least the roster's more balanced at that point.
It's definitely balanced. If you can get that if you can get that DeJounte Murray and he can distribute to those shooters along with Sabonis, I mean, like I said, when we post this stuff on social media, people don't have a lot of context. And we had some fun with the Valanciunas if he can start to shoot threes. And Kings Muse and a bunch of big accounts were roasting me. But the reality is, and people are like, we'll do this instead of blowing it up. Yeah, you will. This is not what I want to do. This is all caveated with the fact that they will not blow it up. This is not a dream that I think a lot of people love, right? And, to be fair, blowing it up is maybe being a bit put on a pedestal because of the Rockets and the Thunder and the success that they've had. But this is just based on the fact that we're being told that they're not blowing it up. That's not an option right now.
Sure. And maybe to get this first deal over the line, maybe they gotta, I know you're really excited about pick 42. Maybe they gotta throw pick 42 in there.
No, we're not doing that. There are some guys, Kyle. You talk about a dude, you find a dude at 42.
I mean, you know how much Calvin Booth loves his guys drafted in the 20s and 30s. I know he's not there anymore, but
Bruce Brown, 42nd pick.
He won a championship with Denver.
That's what I'm saying. They're there.
He wasn't drafted by Denver, but he did win a championship.
We're not touching that pick.
All right, then.
Okay.
Maybe you'll like the second one a little more.
Okay, let's hear it.
Which is one where draft picks come back in return.
Okay, I'm listening.
So you have DeMar DeRozan and Malik Monk got to go out.
Okay.
Now, Denver probably doesn't have use for both of those. So we're going to have to reroute probably DeRozan somewhere else.
All right.
So here's kind of the 3-team concoction that is simplest. So Miami gets DeMar DeRozan.
Mm-hmm.
Denver ends up with Wiggins and Malik Monk. And then the Kings, so just to make it easy on people, I'm just doing DeRozan for Wiggins.
Right.
Then the Kings end up with Michael Porter Jr., Zeke Naji, Dario Saric on an expiring contract, the Denver Nuggets 2031 first-round pick, and the Miami Heat's 2026 second-round pick. And then maybe a first-round pick swap or something. But it's essentially you give up on DeRozan and Malik for Porter, a couple of deep bench guys, and a future first-round pick. That could be super valuable if Jokic, for some reason, decides to leave, which I don't think is going to happen. So it's probably not going to be that valuable.
I don't love it, but I don't hate it. Is where I'm at.
Get a couple draft picks, Porter for DeRozan and Malik.
The reality is this. Malik, his value right now is super confusing, right? It definitely took a hit, I think, in Sacramento with, some things in his control, some things not in his control. So I don't know. My initial feeling is that I don't want to move off Malik, but what if we've seen the best of Malik, which is also possible?
Also, to talk this out, Denver would then be with the rotation of Murray, Braun, who's about to get a $30 million extension,
Mm-hmm.
Wiggins, Gordon, Jokic, Malik off the bench, Peyton Watson, Julian Strother, Hunter Tyson, and all those young guys you think are all terrible.
I think that Denver wins that trade.
But that's why they're giving up an unprotected first.
Yeah, Denver for sure wins that trade. And you're the Kings. You get that unprotected first. You get Michael Porter Jr. And like we said, it's really 1 year. The next year, it's an expiring contract. So at that point, if it hasn't worked out, you can start the hybrid teardown, if you will, and somebody will take Michael Porter Jr. Because it's an expiring contract, or you just let it expire.
Or you just buy him out.
Right. So, Denver definitely, you're doing Denver a solid in hopes that they will pay it forward in some way of just not being good in 2031, which, I mean, to be fair, I don't know that Jokic is still going to be playing in 2031. I don't know that.
Well, he'll still be playing. It's just at a high level, right? He would be, 35 in 2031? I think he's probably still playing at that point. The other crazy thing about Jokic is he just never gets injured. I don't know if that's like he never jumps or he never does anything like that. I just never, his arms bleed all the time, but I never hear of him getting like a real serious injury.
When we return, so I guess long story short, I would do trade number 1. I would begrudgingly do trade number 2. I would do both.
But trade number 2 is more of a reach, not you're not getting as good in that one.
No, you're preparing for a probable rebuild.
Yes, you're using your biggest trade piece, which is DeRozan, to get a wing, not a point guard. Because this move is probably complemented with they signed Dennis Schroeder or they signed Chris Paul or whatever else.
There you go. On the other side, according to Chris Haynes, the Giannis domino will fall soon. Kind of. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khtk.com.
Memorial Day savings explode at Maida's Elk Grove Chevy. Save $12,500 off MSRP after rebates. Every new 2025 Silverado Turbo Max in stock.
And Maida Chevy has similar savings on every new Silverado. One of the largest selections of new Silverado in the Sacramento area.
$12,500 off new Silverado. Exclusively at the Maida Chevy Silverado Supercenter. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Plus 2021 not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers.
Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. Try the TrackMan experience, the very best technology to fit your metal woods and irons. The new cutting-edge putter fitting studio with its $30,000 worth of technology is ready for your fitting. Hagen Oaks will help you find the best putter for your game. Hagen Oaks offers more technology, more choices, and more service. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531, 808-2531 for more.
The hot weather is coming. Is your HVAC system ready for it? Let Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating make sure it is. Get to Lee'sAirPlumbingandHeating.com. Check out their $99 HVAC tune-up special. And let me tell you why Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating is the way to go. They took care of me when our heater collapsed over the winter, and Lee set us up with a great new HVAC system that is providing comfort, value, and quality. Let Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating take care of you. License number 635355.
Bring the whole family to Sutter Health Park for Sacramento River Cats baseball. It's more than a game. It's an experience your kids will never forget. Enjoy exciting action on the field, delicious ballpark food, and fun activities for all ages. From meeting Dinger the mascot to running the bases every Sunday, there's something for everyone. Create lasting memories with your family this season. Get your tickets at rivercats.com.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
On Sacktown Sports.
Greg Swartz joins us in 30 minutes of Bleacher Report. We're going to ask him what happened in Cleveland, as he has ties to Cleveland. Do we think that DeAndre Hunter will be available, and what direction does he think the Kings should go in? That's coming up in 30 minutes, as a lot of different trades are being thrown around. You got Sabonis in LA. I saw one thing I'm trying to confirm, but there was a report that the Warriors might be interested in Malik Monk. Don't like that. Don't like that at all, but I'm listening. I think you have to listen on everybody. They're just a collection of former Kings players on that team. Just can't get away from it. I think a lot of people would not be thrilled, especially as the pizza guy. But it all might happen after Giannis makes his decision. And you know we love him. Chris Haynes with the Haynes brief breaking down
Chris Haynes?
and you've been briefed.
What the Bucks have going on this week. Let's hear what he had to say.
I was told the Bucks made contact with Giannis Antetokounmpo early as this morning, and sources relayed to me that a meeting is expected to be scheduled for mid next week. This is where Giannis is going to have the chance to speak with Bucks brass and talk about the direction of the team. And there's a lot going on with the Bucks this offseason. Knowing Giannis personally, one of the toughest competitors we have in this league, guy who has great ambition. He wants multiple championships. That's all he wants to do is be put in a position where he can play alongside a team that has a chance to fight for a title. This is going to be a very, very crucial meeting. This is Chris Haynes, and you've been briefed.
Thank you, Chris Haynes. So I just feel that we are just dragging this thing along. He's gone, right? Do we have to keep dragging this thing? Everything that Chris Haynes, he's saying, I know Giannis very well. He wants multiple championships. How are they going to achieve that in Milwaukee?
So that's what everyone's assuming, right? Is that Giannis is going to leave. It wouldn't have gotten this far if people didn't have the inclination Giannis was going to leave. I've heard some NBA people say, like, hey, it's far from a foregone conclusion that he's going to leave. It's hard to walk away from the franchise where you are the greatest player in its history. I mean, it's not easy to walk away from that no matter how much you want to win. Kobe couldn't do it.
Giannis, one of those guys, and this is what we do with small markets, but Giannis, one of those guys similar to Donovan Mitchell. There's been smoke to this fire for so long now. Donovan Mitchell surprised everybody when he stayed with the Cavs, but he got cashed out and, deservedly so. As far as Giannis is concerned, you have the championship, right? The whole thing is, wow, they're bringing a championship to this small market that never would have had one if they didn't draft him, right? When you see Orlando drafting Dwight Howard and they got to the finals but didn't get that championship. Multiple guys have been in these situations. Kevin Durant didn't get one with the Thunder, but he got to the finals. Giannis did it. So I'm just not really sure what else you're trying to accomplish in Milwaukee, because they went all in and they swung and missed, right? And Dame, it just didn't work out. So I just am not really sure what you think. If this is truly what you want, Giannis, if you truly want to win multiple championships, that ain't happening in Milwaukee.
But this is also similar to the Lillard situation in the sense that the time for Giannis to quote unquote get out was after they lost in the first round to Miami in 2023.
This is still better than if he leaves now. It would still be better to me than Dame Lillard.
I guess you could say he still has more years of his prime left, but Milwaukee hasn't been able to put him in a position to succeed for years.
Well, and they tried.
Well, they did, and it gave Boston a championship, right? The Damian Lillard move was way too short-sighted. Hiring Adrian Griffin was a disaster. Just everything that's happened since they lost as the 1 seed to the 8 seed has just been a debacle for Milwaukee. Honestly, if they had just gotten Chris Middleton out of there instead of Drew Holiday, I think it would have saved them a lot of the headache. But I just don't think you can't go all in for 8 years and be able to compete because other teams are going to lap you. You don't have the tools to be able to compete that long.
Yeah. So I think Giannis is gone, and I just want it to happen so other dominoes can start to fall. He's been connected to East Coast teams, West Coast teams, teams that would make super teams where he would be kind of that main cog, and they would bring in other guys. But I don't see how Giannis stays. Or the only thing is going back to Dame Lillard and bringing up Devin Booker, or he cares more about being comfortable. And I don't mean that in a negative way, but I like Milwaukee. My family only knows Milwaukee. I'm coming here to the U.S. I'm in a new country. All I know is Milwaukee. I don't necessarily want to leave. And yeah, I want to win a championship, but I also care a lot about how comfortable my family and I are. And that's the thing that he can't really say out loud.
Right. But I guess you're making the point that on a personal level, there may be many reasons why he's going to stay. You're saying you feel like he's gone from purely the basketball standpoint, right? There is
that's what I'm saying.
There's no way Milwaukee's going to be able to build a champion around him in the next 3 years, no matter how good he is.
Mm-hmm.
So if we start with that point, then yes, there are all sorts of basketball reasons for him to go. I would just make the point to the personal level. Well, one, I would make the point Milwaukee can do the thing of, hey, we're going to take a gap year. We're going to clear the books. We're going to free up cap space, and we're going to go sign some stars. Just go convince some stars to come join us.
Yeah.
But the other side of that coin is, hey, I only got but so many years left in my career. I think that's why Chris Haynes is making the point the meeting is so important. And maybe Giannis says, hey, it might be difficult, but I'd rather try and make it work here than go somewhere else, because I've seen how not great that has gone for a lot of the people who have switched teams ever since then. Even the best case situation of a star leaving to go to another place, Anthony Davis is now remembered for then being traded for Luka at the end of it. So most of the people who have left haven't felt great afterwards, even the ones who won championships.
Bobby Portis has a player option. He's under 15 million. They're stuck with Kyle Kuzma, or I'm trying to confirm because I know their season just ended. So Kyle Kuzma either has 2 years or 1 year left on his deal. And again, it's the miles. This guy is not getting younger, and he's not a Steph Curry or one of these, finesse players. I would even say, I know Dame could get up there back in the day. He was pretty explosive, but Giannis at 30 years old, his game is not going to change, right? And those are some tough miles. I'm just saying here, Bobby Portis, okay, he opts out. That gets you about 15 mil to play with. And you got Pat Connaughton. He's got a player option. He's only making 10 mil. You got Kevin Porter Jr., who they took a swing on, who actually played pretty well for them. So basically, if you're trying to set up yourself up for next season, okay, the other part of that is, and Kyle Kuzma with 2 years, the other part of that is, okay, we're going to put more, another year of miles on Giannis for absolutely no reason to set us up for next season. That's up to Giannis whether he wants to do that or not. But I think that's kind of part of it. We just talked about this you just saw Jason Tatum, and Giannis has had some issues with his calf and Achilles. You're going to just go out there for funsies until next season? Not to mention his only other all-star teammate essentially just had the same injury as Jason Tatum. And what's he going to look like getting paid $54 million next season? Well, we talked about it when it happened, is that Damian Lillard is the exact same age Kobe was when Kobe tore his Achilles, and Kobe was never the same player after he came back. So I don't know what that means for Damian Lillard's career. I don't know what that means for the Bucks pivot, but if I'm the Bucks and he says he wants to stay or he believes in your vision, then I guess you kind of convince him on, hey, we're going to have to let Lopez go. We're going to have to let Portis go. We're going to have to bring in younger players that other teams have given up on, mid-level exception free agents, or there's another move that we're just not seeing. Like there's another star that Giannis is going to convince to come play with him. If Giannis stays, to me, the Bucks are essentially off the hook, because that would be Giannis saying, I care more about my personal life. Not that I don't want to win a championship, but I care more about my personal life than I do winning a championship. So anything the Bucks try to do, he can't. To me, he stays. He can't get mad at the Bucks for anything. Really. I don't think it's that, because he can always just leave next year, right? Yeah. The threat, I shouldn't say the threat. The possibility of him leaving is always going to be there. It's not like it's, oh, hey, I'm sticking around and now everything's all good. Like he could totally do the same thing next year. And is there a part from the Bucks perspective, you got your championship, you did the thing that everybody wants to do. You found your diamond in the rough at pick 15. you hit your head against the ceiling multiple times and then you finally did it. Is there a part of you, if you're the Bucks, might sound crazy at 30 years old, where you're thinking, I kind of don't want to do this. From our point of view, I don't want to have to do this every season, Giannis, where if we don't win, we went out, we tried to get you Dame. It was supposed to be the best pick and roll in the history of the game, and it didn't work out. I kind of don't want to be held hostage by Giannis every season. Maybe it sounds crazy, but if I'm the Bucks, maybe part of me, and he's not Aaron Rodgers by any stretch of the imagination, but just, hey, let's just move on. I don't, it was a good business relationship. We both got what we wanted. We love you. You'll have a statue. But if you are going, I think that, to my point, what you're saying, Kyle, if you're going to stay, let's not talk about this anymore, right? If you're going to stay, let's not talk about this anymore. If you're going to stay and every season we're going to have our, the gun pointed at us and say, okay, well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Or I'm going to leave. We're held hostage. Then maybe it sounds crazy, but just go. Just go.
I think the thought passes your mind, and then you realize the hundreds of millions of dollars you will lose by not having Giannis. And second, you go back and watch those highlights and remind yourself, oh yeah, that's why this guy, we want to keep him. I just don't think they're in a position to set terms and conditions on his stay.
Well, basically what you're saying is you're dating somebody out of your league and you're just enjoying it for as long as possible.
It's a very good transaction that they have, right? Because
hey, when you feel like leaving, the NFL player or whoever slides into your DMs, hey, I can't compete with that, but as long as you're responding to my text and you want to hang out, let's hang out.
I mean, look at it this way. He is the most popular athlete in Wisconsin, and this is a place that just had Aaron Rodgers for 15 years. Like, you can't push that guy out the door when
it's not a push.
Sure.
It's, hey, do you actually want to be here or not? Or is it that this season, and maybe it's a conversation that happens behind closed doors where it's, hey, this season, it doesn't look like there would be somebody that would make sense for you. Cool. If everybody's just like a relationship, everybody's on the same page. Cool. If somebody thinks that you're in a committed relationship, the other person thinks I'm out here in these streets, then that's a problem. But if it's, okay, cool, Giannis doesn't think Giannis is going to come back. All this is unreported. Chris Haynes doesn't even know about this, right? Giannis is coming back. We know that he's kind of looking, right? And we're just going to enjoy him for as long as we can enjoy him for.
Especially because that dude's going to have a statue outside that arena one day.
That's right.
You can always sell more Giannis jerseys.
From an Eastern Conference team with their diamond in the rough to a Western Conference team in the same situation. Should David Adelman keep the Nuggets job, or should the Nuggets go searching? Did he do enough? Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the GPS directions first before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
The coolest summer starts at Target with up to 50% off select Sun Squad pool and outdoor toys and 20% off select favorite day treats with Target Circle. Discover inflatable pools and outdoor toys that'll surely make a big splash this season, while you keep it cool and sweet with the most shareable cookies and frozen snacks under the sun. Hurry! Now through Memorial Day, save up to 50% on select Sun Squad toys and 20% on select favorite day treats with Target Circle, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Get ready for the ultimate country music getaway. Country superstar Keith Urban is performing live on the Top Shelf Country Cruise, sailing February 2026 aboard the luxurious Celebrity Reflection. Enjoy 7 days of nonstop entertainment, all brought to you by Signature Cruise Experiences. Open booking is finally here for the Top Shelf Country Cruise. So go to TopShelfCountryCruise.com now to book your room.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-902-5454. 800-902-5454.
Kick off summer with Memorial Day savings at Lowe's. Right now, get 5 Scott's Naturescapes 1.5 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. Plus, get up to 40% off select major appliances and save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select major appliances $396 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 5/28. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kent Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kent Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sacktown Sports 1140, part of SEP's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
Water. It's more than just a word. It's morning routines, backyard memories, and everything in between. At Roseville Environmental Utilities, we're not just managing water, we're protecting it. Smart planning, conservation, innovation. We make every drop count for today and tomorrow. Let's keep the promise together. Find out how you can help at roseville.ca.us/water promise. Roseville Environmental Utilities. Water. It's not just a word, it's our promise.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Minutes. We will speak with Greg Schwartz of Bleacher Report. Talk about who's going to be available for the Cavaliers, even though he covers all of the NBA. He's cooked up a couple different trades that we want to discuss with him. That's coming up in 15. And right now, we're going to discuss the coaching carousel and David Adelman. Now, early on, I'm really on the fence with this. Early on, I thought that David Adelman, it was a done deal. And it might be. I already saw a report he's a serious candidate to keep the job. Of course he is. But I will say, I don't know what it is, but there is a part of me that thinks that the Nuggets could just go in a completely different direction. Even though they were one game away from the Western Conference Finals, I don't know. I just haven't heard enough, right? Even with the Grizzlies keeping their interim guy, with the Kings keeping their interim guy, and the Spurs, the Grizzlies, they think they have the next great offensive mind. Okay. The Kings, we know that the Doug connection was obvious, and we know that ownership loves Doug. The Spurs, Mitch Johnson had been doing it forever and was kind of anointed by Popovich. We don't really know. At least I haven't heard a lot of the David Adelman situation as far as, oh no, this is going to be the guy. And I don't know. I think it will be him, but there's a part of me that just never know. You never know what Denver could do. Denver, to me, just comes off as a team who they don't necessarily have all their ducks in a row as much as it comes off, because they have Jokic. Jokic just covers the fact that Denver, you got the Westbrook thing, and it's very confusing, but it just comes off as if, they have gotten away with looking more organized than they actually are because they hit on a second rounder. That's what it comes off to me.
Well, I give them credit for developing him into the greatest player of his generation. I mean, they deserve a little bit of credit for that, but at the same time,
well, the development question is a question. I don't know.
Sure. I mean, look, Michael Malone got there the same year as Jokic. Those two became
what they became. Him. They cooked Michael Malone.
So that's the interesting part, that we've never seen Jokic go through a coaching search before. And we saw him he was coaching the team all playoffs.
That's what I'm saying.
We saw that part of it, which here's the point I would make about Denver. Roster-wise, we've never been more sure about what this team is, right? Mm-hmm. The year they got KCP and Bruce Brown, and Christian Brown ended up having a breakout rookie year. They won the championship, right? Ran it back without Bruce Brown and KCP and lost in Game 7.
Right.
The next year, bring in Westbrook, they lost in Game 7 in the second round. This is 2 years in a row. They've ran it back. They lost in the exact same spot, right? We know what this team is roster-wise. So they have to find some sort of improvement, whether that's a coach that connects better. I mean, they did it with two different coaches also, so we can point that out too. Whether it's who's making the decisions in the front office, whether it's a coach that connects with the players, or whether it's most likely a roster move. That's what they got to do to try and make this thing work, because we know exactly what this team is. It is losing this second round in Game 7.
Yeah, and that obviously, maybe if Aaron Gordon is healthy, right, maybe they get it done. I don't know. And a lot of us didn't even have the argument to keep Adelman, is that a lot of us didn't have the Nuggets getting this far, right? A lot of people picked the Clippers to get it done. You thought that Michael Porter Jr. would continue to improve, and that didn't happen, right? So that didn't happen. You thought that, and you hit on Brown. You hit on Christian Brown. He's about to get paid.
But they've never been able to find another one.
Right. Strother, Watson, they're not bad players, but we don't know if they'll ever be, okay, this guy is your fourth best player. Because right now, it's obviously Jokic, Jamal Murray, and Aaron Gordon. And then those are the three that you can depend on. And I don't even know if you can always depend on Jamal Murray at this point.
Oh, I would throw Brown in that group. I think he's probably their number 4 now, which is funny because he's about to make the Michael Porter Jr. money.
Right. And now you have Michael Porter Jr., who you're trying to move off of. So a lot is going on there. And I just have no clue if Jokic is a fan of Adelman, right? A lot of the time he was holding a clipboard, and it's just a really weird situation. And whether or not you would say Adelman was, quote, set up for success, you get a chance to coach that team. The answer is yes. And it really just becomes, well, what is the measurement here? Because if Michael Malone, you got rid of Michael Malone because you thought it would be an early exit, and you bring in David Adelman, and I would say second round is an early exit, right? Second round, 7 games.
It was an early exit last year, and this year it was an overachievement, which tells you kind of where things stand for the Nuggets at this point.
That's what's so funny with expectations, because if they had lost in the second round and 7 games with Michael Malone, they would probably have said that was an early exit that we feared. That's what they would have said. But because they put David Adelman in a bit of a tough spot, and I guess he got as far as what they thought that Mike Malone would do. Did he meet expectations? Did he exceed expectations?
I don't know if there were expectations for Adelman, which I think is why you're having such a hard time pinning down what they should do next.
But to me, that kind of more so reeks of they want him to be the guy, and they're probably that whole, again, same thing with Isalo, with all these guys. All of it is because they already wanted them. That's what we've seen around the league. The Adelman thing, then that's how I initially felt. The Adelman thing has confused me because of how things have gone throughout it. Not how far they went, but we're all coaches or whatever. He didn't say we're all coaches, but yeah, we're all going to have a voice. And Jokic still freaking out in the huddles and things like that. So that, to me, I was ready to sit there and say the Nuggets are going to do what everybody else is doing. Then when I watched how it happened, it's not where they lost, it's just how it looked compared to the other situations.
Well, and there's also a difference, right? Which is, well, I guess not different than the Kings, but the Kings, we think installed Doug as the coach, is that they still got to hire a general manager.
Yeah.
And then maybe that general manager gets the autonomy to say, hey, I want to go this direction, I want to go that direction, or I want to go the Adelman direction. Maybe that's the answer, is that the person who's going to make the decision isn't Kroenke's son.
Right.
It's whoever they hire as general manager.
When we return, Greg Swartz of Bleacher Report joins us, talking Kings, talking NBA trades. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635. And you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, with second baseman Zach Geloff having spent the entire year on the IL, the A's offseason acquisition of Luis Urias as a free agent has turned out to be a shrewd move. As of the end of the last homestand, Urias had started 20 consecutive games at second base, hitting 4 home runs, including a walk-off against the White Sox, and his OPS almost .830. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
Players of all abilities will tell you that Bartley Cavanaugh Golf Course is the area's #1 course for fun. Whether you're a beginner or an accomplished player, Bartley Cavanaugh has something for you. It's a great walking course, but motorized carts are available too. The moderately sized greens and generous fairway landing areas will add to your satisfaction and smiles for the day. Near the banks of the picturesque Sacramento River, Bartley Cavanaugh's Tap House Restaurant offers tasty food, whether you play golf or not. For tee times, visit BartleyCavanaugh.com. It's Sacramento's #1 course for fun.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in focus and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
500 Capitol Mall, Sacramento. CordellCordell.com.
KHD 1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
12 o'clock on the dot, and as promised, we are joined by Greg Swartz of Bleacher Report. Greg, thank you so much for joining us. Happy Monday.
Yeah, thanks for having me on today.
Let's start here, Greg. I was, kind of looking at everything that you've put out for Bleacher Report lately, and just great stuff. By the way, be sure to follow Greg on social media and check out his work on Bleacher Report. You posted at the end, or you wrote at the end of April, bold offseason NBA trades that need to happen. You mentioned Zion, Lillard, and Jonathan Kuminga. Obviously, out here in Sacramento, we're trying to see what that next move is going to be. How bold do you think this summer is going to get with some of these big names?
I think this is probably going to be one of the most exciting summers we've seen, at least in trade activity, in a long time. Because, after that Luka Doncic trade went down in February, I think everybody kind of looked around the league and was like, whoa, if that can happen, anything can happen. And, you look at a free agency class that isn't particularly strong. You look at there's not a lot of teams that have a lot of cap space. It's just going to be mostly a lot of teams with the mid-level exception to spend. Where's the player activity going to come from? I think it's going to come from the trade market, and you're going to see a lot of teams, trying to make that counter move. Okay, Luka's over here now, AD's over here now. Obviously, the Giannis situation, Milwaukee is going to be something everybody's monitoring. So I think, in terms of potential blockbuster trades, I think this summer really stands out as a hotbed for activity.
Talking to Greg Swartz of Bleacher Report. Greg, I know that you have a connection to Cleveland. What do you think happened out there? Obviously, there were injuries, and we were talking about Darius Garland all-star season, but, and very similar, the Kings not having Malik Monk these last couple years been really tough towards the end of the season. And on obviously a higher level, Darius Garland not being available. There was a game where I think 3 of the Cavs rotation players didn't play. Where do the Cavs go from here? I think it's interesting that even though they had the injury situation, people still believe, they don't have enough. They don't have enough.
Yeah, injuries were the number one thing. If you watched, to me, the biggest player affected was Darius Garland. Mm-hmm. I mean, Darius was just so good during the regular season. He was an all-star, averaged 20 points, shot over 40% from 3, almost 7 assists a game. And he was just kind of that electric second scorer and primary facilitator for Cleveland after Donovan Mitchell. And, he was just completely hobbled, missed the last 2 games of the Miami series, goes into the Indiana series, misses the first 2 games there. Cleveland's offense just does not look the same. It's just completely stuck in the mud. DeAndre Hunter, your big in-season trade acquisition coming over from the Atlanta Hawks, gets hurt in game 1 and really averaged 8 points per game on 30% shooting the rest of the series with a right wrist injury on his shooting wrist. So he just wasn't the same. And then Evan Mobley, I know the raw numbers look pretty good, even though he sprained his ankle in game 1. But it was just like, oh my gosh, like how many injuries are they going to have to deal with?
Right.
And then that completely affected the offense. They stopped moving the ball. Indiana passed the ball over 70 times more per game in that series, leading to open shots. And the Cavs just tried to do too much hero ball with Donovan Mitchell, who was really good, but wasn't good enough to do it himself. So in the end, Indiana's depth overcame Cleveland's injuries, and the Cavs certainly have a long off season ahead of them, and a disappointing one, especially because Boston got knocked out, and that was the team you were worried about in the East.
Talking to Greg Swartz of Bleacher Report. Greg, it is well known on this show that I really love DeAndre Hunter, and you talked about him being a big acquisition for the Cavs. Do you believe that, I mean, we have the kind of touchable and untouchable conversation. Do you believe that he'll be somebody that the Cavs will see? It's a pretty decent contract at 20 million that goes up these next couple seasons. Do you think that he'll be on the Cavs next season? And if you do, I'm curious too, as far as the rotations are concerned, he still seems like he could be a starter in this league to me, but he dealt with injuries in Atlanta and then started to come off the bench, and he's coming up the bench with the Cavs. Well, what do you think happens with DeAndre Hunter?
Well, I think whatever happens to DeAndre Hunter is going to be affected by whatever happens to Jared Allen. Because if the Cavs break up their big four, I think Allen's going to be the one that goes. And I think if he gets traded and you look for maybe a little bit more wing depth, or if you're looking for a backup point guard, if Ty Jerome doesn't resign, if you're looking to shake things up in Cleveland, I don't think you do it by trading a Darius Garland, and Donovan Mitchell, and Evan Mobley. I think it's with a Jared Allen. And there's a lot, and Jared Allen's a really good player. I don't want to trade Jared Allen, but if that's who you trade, then I would foresee Evan Mobley moving to a full-time center role. DeAndre Hunter then presumably would take the starting power forward job. But there's a lot that has to play out. I don't think the Cavs view DeAndre Hunter as an untouchable piece. But that trade to get him was designed with Boston in mind, and they wanted to get under the luxury tax, and they did both by getting him. So I don't think he's untouchable, but he's certainly not a player that the Cavs are going to be shopping to begin the offseason.
Greg, we're talking to Greg Swartz of Bleacher Report. Greg, from the outside looking in, obviously there have been reports that the Kings right now or ever feel like rebuilding fully. What would you do? And I know, taking a look at some of the articles that you've written, you've had a couple other blockbuster trades, but as far as the Kings are concerned, what's the approach that you would take, and what direction do you think that they should go in?
Yeah, well, the Kings have a lot of talent. It's just, who are our core pieces? Who do you identify as a core piece? Because I'm sure like a lot of teams are going to call about Domantas Sabonis and say, well, we'd love to have him. And I'm sure Sacramento's going to be like, yeah, well, we love him too. Right. If I'm Sacramento, I'm keeping Sabonis unless I'm just blown away by an offer, because I'm a huge Sabonis fan. I have been for a long time, back to his Indiana days. So I'm definitely keeping him if I can. Keegan Murray's a guy that I think you're going to extend him this summer, presumably. If you can get him on a good number, I would identify him as a core piece. Devin Carter, I really like Malik Monk. And then after that, I assume Zach LaVine's going to stay, because you went out and got him. He's only got 2 years on his contract left now. I played pretty well. I think for me, it's DeMar DeRozan is the piece that, does he fit anymore? Especially if you're trying to get a little bit younger. You're not rebuilding, like you're still trying to win. You still have a lot of guys in the prime of their career, like a Sabonis, like a LaVine. But to me, DeRozan is the guy that maybe just doesn't fit anymore. And if you can flip him either for, if you don't view Malik Monk as a starting point guard, if you'd rather have him as a 2, maybe you try to get DeRozan for a starting 1. Maybe you try to get better defensively. I think definitely is something that the Sacramento Kings should try to do. So DeRozan's probably the only guy I would actively shop. And then after that, I would take calls pretty much on anybody else on the roster and just say, okay, like we're not shopping Domantas Sabonis, but we'll certainly take offers on him if you want to come with some Godfather offer and blow us away. So I think they should be open to a lot of different things, but certainly improving the defensive side of the ball is the number one thing I'd look to doing this offseason.
As far as Domantas Sabonis is concerned, I think it's interesting because he's a bit unique, right? Somebody, people will call him a diet Jokic at times, and we take calls all the time in text as far as, well, can he play the 4? Can he not play the 4? You say you're a fan of Domantas Sabonis. What do you think he needs as a front court partner in order to get the most out of him? Because personally, Greg, I don't think he can play the 4. You need somebody that can stretch the floor to play with him.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we saw in Indiana with the Miles Turner. Like, that's, if you're going to put another front court piece in there or a true center with him, you got to have somebody who can shoot. Like, in a vacuum, like, for example, Jared Allen would do wonders for your defense. Like, he protects the rim, he can guard on the perimeter, but I don't like that fit at all. I don't like the fit between Jared Allen and a Domantas Sabonis, just because Jared Allen can't shoot from 3. He's not going to spread the floor. You're going to have some real spacing issues there. So if you want to play Sabonis at the 4, which I'm not a big fan of, I don't think that's where you're going to maximize your team, especially on offense. You got to bring in a center that can shoot. Now, I'd be intrigued. Sacramento has their full mid-level exception, $14 million, about, would a guy like Brook Lopez sign with you if you could get him on a 1-year deal and just be like, well, this is a guy we can start next to him, or we can bring him off the bench. We can play big, we can play small, and we know Brook can shoot. So maybe somebody like that is who I would look into if you're looking to complement a guy like Sabonis in the front court.
Talking to Greg Schwartz of Bleacher Report. Greg, one of the more intriguing situations in the NBA, their season recently ended with the Golden State Warriors. Jonathan Kuminga, and a lot of people, yourself included, the sign and trade conversation has happened. And I believe you had a deal where the Warriors would get Anthony Simons and Kuminga would go to Portland. I have no clue what Kuminga's value is. What do you think Kuminga's value is?
Yeah, so the rumors were that he turned down, or he wanted north of $30 million last offseason, $30 million per year. The Warriors obviously were hesitant to offer him that, which I do not blame them. That's a lot of money for a guy who is extremely talented, but hasn't really proven a whole lot. And obviously there's been a lot of disagreements between him and Steve Kerr out in Golden State. So I think Kuminga needs to go to a team that is not expected to win right away. He's been in the league for 4 years, but he's still quite young. Like, he came to the league very young, and he's super athletic. And I think you need to go to a team where he can play through his mistakes. And Portland was a destination I thought definitely could serve as a fit. The Brooklyn Nets are a team that's going to continually come up for Kuminga because they have the cap space to outright sign him. And I think there's a deal where Cam Johnson going back to Golden State and a deal like that could make sense. One thing you have to keep in mind is, when you do a sign and trade, if you sign Jonathan Kuminga for $30 million, that's not a $30 million swap between teams. Like, the money coming back would be half of that. So it kind of makes potential trades a little wonky. But I like Kuminga. I think he'll be a good player in the right situation, but his future is not in Golden State. I would be absolutely shocked if he went back to the Warriors. And I don't think the Warriors particularly want him back, not at $30 million a season at least.
Yeah, I saw during the Valkyrie home opener, he was chumming it up with Joe Lacob, and everybody said Joe Lacob's not going to trade this guy, as Joe Lacob has been a huge advocate. But yeah, the money's got to make sense. And honestly, the fit, the Steve Kerr thing, that's just been a bit confusing. He's just not. You watch him and you watch the rest of the team, and you think, yeah, that just doesn't work. Very, very similar, like you said, to bring it back to the Kings, to watching DeMar DeRozan and just the collection of players that the Kings had this season. A lot of talent, but didn't really work. Before we get you out of here, Greg, you mentioned DeMar DeRozan is the only guy you'd actively shop, and you brought up centers and point guards. Do you have a name off the top of your head for a potential point guard target? We've talked about the big names like the Jaws or the Trae Youngs, and you can go in that direction as well. Or is there maybe somebody in that second tier that you think could maybe help the Kings more than a lot of us realize?
Yeah, like you said, John Morant, Trae Young, those names are going to come up. LaMelo Ball is obviously a guy whose name is going to come up. I mean, if you want to excite the fan base, you can excite the fan base for at least 30 games when he's healthy, when he plays. I don't know if long-term that's the best solution, but I don't know what their asking price would be. It's tough, right? Like John Morant, a couple of years ago looked untouchable. LaMelo Ball a couple of years ago looked untouchable. And now you look at their teams and it's like, well, there's injury issues, there's off-court issues, there's just a lot of different things that go into it now that you have to take into consideration. Maybe a fresh start would help those guys too. If you get Trae Young, that's not going to help your defense. I can tell you that right now. So that would not be my primary target for that. And I think you want guys that are on multi-year deals that you could say, like, we don't want this to be a rental situation. We want you to come in here and be a core piece of this foundation moving forward. Like, we have a lot of talent here. We want to win now. We don't want this to just be like, okay, this guy's on an expiring deal and bring him in. So I think you call about everybody and you say, all right, what's the asking price for this guy? Okay, that's what you want. All right, no, thank you. Because, you got to be open to everything. Like I said, DeMar is the one guy that I don't think fits. But if you can bring in maybe a pass first point guard, somebody who can defend, and really, I'd like to see a bigger offensive role open up for Keegan Murray too. I feel like we haven't seen what he's capable of yet. Now 3 full years into his career, especially if you're going to extend him this offseason, you got to give him room to grow too. So I think it's going to be a very busy offseason in Sacramento, and certainly a team that should be active in trade talks.
Greg, I got a name, and I've been pushing this agenda. I know he's coming off that Achilles, but I think DeJounte Murray is a guy who, shooting the three ball, not his forte, but he defends. He's got good length. He can distribute the basketball. I don't know what the Pelicans are ever doing. So, if that's a DeRozan conversation, I'm not sure. I think he's kind of a second-tier guy that can give, like you said, that runway to Keegan, see him get more shots, and he's a dog. So that's what I've been pushing out here, Greg.
Look, I pushed for DeJounte Murray trade for the Cavs for a year before they got Donovan Mitchell. Like, that's who I wanted. Like that, I'm a huge DeJounte Murray fan, but like you said, it's the Achilles. Like, when he comes back, he's probably not going to come back till January. Like, so you're not going to have him at the start of the season. So can you be patient with him? And if you trade for him, can you afford to go a couple months when he's hurt and still, be in the playoff conversation in a really tough Western Conference? So if he's healthy, I'd 100% say yes, because that's the point guard. That's the guy that makes you better defensively. But yeah, that Achilles injury would scare me a little bit. And he was not good in New Orleans after they traded him. His shooting numbers were terrible. So if he was healthy, I'd say yes, but it would have to be a really, really cheap discount for the Kings to trade for him, given that injury right now.
Greg Schwartz, be sure to follow him on social media and check out all of his work on Bleacher Report. Greg, thank you so much. We got to do this again. Might be a long summer out here in Sacramento and in Cleveland as well, so definitely got to do this again, Greg. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
That was Greg Schwartz of Bleacher Report. Outstanding stuff there when we return, breaking down what we heard from Greg. Do we think the Kings have what it takes to get in the conversation with some of these big names? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys. And I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia. I got a tour of their headquarters. I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Thanks again to Greg Schwartz. That will be up shortly on YouTube if you missed it. Greg Schwartz of Bleacher Report. And yeah, the article that I was referencing here, he has bold offseason NBA trades that need to happen. So here are the three. Nick Claxton. Actually, I think there's five. Nick Claxton solves Lakers center problem. And Kyle and I were just joking about Nick Claxton. Just no clue how good he is at basketball. Zero idea.
I know a lot of people weren't watching Brooklyn this year. He was bad for Brooklyn.
I think the Kings avoided, well, maybe they would have won, but I know that game that they lost when Brooklyn came out here, he did not play.
I don't think so. And again, I watched maybe like 2 Brooklyn games all year, but if you look at the nerd stats, that dude was awful last season.
He has, this is an interesting one. Detroit Pistons receive Zion Williamson. The New Orleans Pelicans receive Jaden Ivey, Tobias Harris, Kyle's favorite player, a 2027 first-round pick, top 5 protected, 2022, 27 second round picks as well. And let's see here. He's got Durant creating a new big three with the Heat. Who are the Suns giving up? Khalil Ware, Duncan Robinson, Terry Rozier, and it looks like 2 first rounders. So Jaime Jaquez staying in Miami.
I don't see them giving up Khalil Ware. I think they would probably do Jovic and Jaquez before they gave up on Khalil Ware.
No, Kyle.
I mean, Khalil Ware looks like he's going to be really good.
Yeah. And I had connections in University of Indiana. They said Kings should go get this guy, and they did not go get that guy. Dame Lillard to the Magic, and the Bucks reset the roster. This is a fun one. Bucks receive Jalen Suggs, Wendell Carter Jr., Cole Anthony, and a 2025 first-round pick, and the Magic get Dame Lillard. Warriors sign and trade. We mentioned this during the call. Warriors receive Anthony Simons. Blazers receive Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody. They just can't get away from each other.
No,
those guys, and that's it for it. So great stuff from Greg. Definitely want to have him on again because once this Giannis thing kind of falls, and I didn't bring up the Bill Simmons, Mobley, Giannis situation because we talked a good bit of Cavs, but the answer, and he thinks that the Kings should go after, at least take a look at the Jaws of the world. I was a bit surprised when he said I would only, I guess I shouldn't be, but the Kings should only be actively shopping DeMar DeRozan. Is that really the biggest problem? Just DeMar DeRozan? Is that the biggest issue?
I don't think it's an issue. I just think it's a kind of like a quagmire that's hanging over them. Is like, well, DeMar still fits on this team, but does he want to stick around, right? Like, I think if people were given the blanket option, I think more people would want to move. If you're breaking up LaVine and DeRozan, I think if it were just apples to apples, I think more people would want to move on from LaVine. But DeRozan is on a team he did not sign up for, right? When he signed that contract, it was De'Aaron Fox, Mike Brown, and Monty McNair. And now none of those people are left. So I think it's just more of a quagmire situation that no one knows what to do with.
Yeah. And again, and I always try to bring this up, but I think most people do. It's more so about the fit. It's not, trying to be disrespectful to DeMar DeRozan, or it's not that he's not good enough. And I said the same thing when Dave and I were getting after one another as far as James Harden and how dare the Kings, Kings fans stick their nose up at James Harden. And I kind of feel the same way, sticking your nose up at DeMar DeRozan, who's going to be a Hall of Famer. It's not about that. It's just about the collection of talent. It didn't work. And even before, we didn't get enough of a chance, I think, to see the initial team. I don't know that it would have worked or not, but we didn't get to see it. But we know that this second iteration, it did not work with them. And it has nothing to do with DeMar DeRozan. It's just an automatic caveat. It has nothing to do with DeMar DeRozan as an actual basketball player. It just did not work. It did not work in Sacramento. And part of that is on the fault of the Kings for not giving it enough time. And part of that is just DeMar is who he is, and he's going to have to change. Wherever he goes next, he cannot do what he just did in Sacramento. I feel fairly confident saying that.
Isn't it weird that everywhere he goes, the same reaction is just, he's such a good player, but it's just that happened in San Antonio, that happened in Chicago, it's happening in Sacramento. I guess this is the weird thing, right? Like we've talked ad nauseum about the DeRozan situation, but it's just like, in the modern era of mid-range NBA, and we might talk about this on the other side of the break, but in the modern era, you have to be elite all the time as a mid-range specialist in order to compete in the high-flying three-point age, 3 points, layups, and dunks era of the NBA. I shouldn't just make it sound like it's only a 3-point thing, but it's so hard to be a mid-range specialist and a number one or a number two. I mean, DeRozan, they got rid of him in Toronto even, and they still love him, but clearly he was the reason they weren't winning championships before, because they brought in Kawhi, and look what happened.
A conversation has to be had, right? I don't know if it'll be the Clippers or whatever, or whoever it is, but hey, DeMar, we're gonna slightly overpay for you to be a 6-man. And we need to know that if we talk to you, if we want to have a conversation about how the game needs to be played in order for us to win, that you're going to be open to that. That's just what it is. You want to play for a contender, right? He can stay on the Kings and do exactly what he just did, but you ain't getting to the playoffs like that.
Or it's the situation we talked about before. Does he just go back to Toronto, and those are the last 2 years of his career? He can help them get back to the play-in, and they'll sell a bunch of jerseys. And
they gotta want him. By the way,
they would trade RJ Barrett for him.
They gotta want him.
They would definitely take DeMar DeRozan. They wouldn't have to give up very much.
They gotta want him. Takes two to tango. Well, why didn't the fit work with DeMar DeRozan? Part of it, and a lot of it, was because of the mid-range. We have our first time playing the new Mind the Game podcast with LeBron and Steve Nash. They are going back and forth on the art of the mid-range and where DeMar DeRozan falls in that category. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here reminding you to gear up for Memorial Day and summer barbecue parties at Amy's Outdoor Living, your grilling headquarters. Now, while others have raised prices, Amy's is keeping their low prices through May 26th. Weber, Traeger, Rectech, Blackstone, new Traeger Woodridge, $200 off at $6.99. The popular Weber Genesis starts at $7.99. $7.99. Rectech pellet grills, my brother's favorite, lowest price of the year. And Gosney pizza ovens, I've had mine for a year. I love it. Starts at $3.99 plus no sales tax on in-stock patio furniture through May 26th. You need umbrellas or cushions? Amy's has a great supply in many colors. Memorial Day is the perfect time to get that new barbecue grill you want. Amy's Outdoor Living in 2 locations, in Sacramento on El Camino near Watt, and in the El Dorado Town Center.
Skeeter here. Got a question. What's small and dark with white bands on its legs and bites during the day?
Mosquitoes. Hi, I'm Luz Maria Robles, but these are 2 new types of day-biting mosquitoes. They're invading our area and becoming a big problem.
And they can be dangerous.
But we're on it, so when you see them, report it at fightthebite.net. In the meantime, use insect repellent and drain stagnant water around your yard.
We're here to help with these day-biting mosquitoes.
Visit us at fightthebite.net.
The Memorial Day Race to Savings is on. Get the best deals of the season at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? During the Memorial Day Race to Savings, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Seth Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is, live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Seth Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sepp's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Typically, a high handicapper carries an index of 20 or more. Golf Monthly's Barry Plummer offers 4 tips if you're tired of that high handicap. First, choose the right equipment. Invest in a 5-wood, which is more forgiving than a 3-wood or 3 hybrid. It's a much better option for getting the ball in the air. Second, play for bogey on par 5s. Break the longer holes into manageable chunks, perhaps aiming to hit the green with 4 easy swings while also navigating away from the trouble along the way. 3, leave the sand wedge in the bag for chipping. Up and down percentages are almost twice as good when chipping a 9-iron over a sand wedge, and 3.5 times better with the putter. And finally, stop leaving your putts short. A 20 handicapper leaves 55% of their missed putts short of the hole. Give yourself a chance with every attempt and don't leave another putt short. Try these simple tips and let's see whether your handicap starts to come down. And have some fun out there. That'll help too. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Halfway through hour 3. By the way, you can check us out, obviously, 11:40 a.m., YouTube, also the Sacktown Sports app. It's a very, very smooth app, and it can easily get you what you need if you're out of the area. Our signal's strong, but if you're out of the area, you can still listen in your car via the app. And also on YouTube, Greg Swartz joined us at the top of the hour and, had a lot of interesting things to say as far as who the Kings should go after and how he thinks the dominoes will fall. Sounds like he does not think DeAndre Hunter will move, but mostly because the Cavs kind of have bigger fish to fry, and it's a really good contract. It's a good contract that they probably don't want to move as they're trying to figure out bigger things that are going on. We're about to get into the Mind the Game podcast and what LeBron and Steve Nash had to say about the mid-range and why DeMar DeRozan, even though he's showing us that the mid-range isn't dead, but he kind of took it too far. But first, let's hear from Ashley, who wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Ashley? What you got?
So I just wanted to get your opinion real quick.
Okay.
A lot of what we're talking about as far as what the Kings are going to do is purely speculative. It's a new front office. We really don't know what they're thinking. And so if the Kings do end up running it back just one more year for Scott Perry to kind of see what he has, what he likes, what he doesn't, and get a better idea of that, do you think that there's a world where we could make Levine our number one, have Monk be given more power, more control a little bit, and make him our number 2 with him being so young compared to DeRozan, and then have DeRozan be a 3 and Sabonis be our 4?
So who would be number 1?
The number 1 scoring option would be Zach, and then 2 would be Monk, and 3 would be DeRozan.
Okay, thanks for the call, Ashley. So Ashley's basically saying this isn't a world where you don't make any moves, really.
Yeah, this is and then I don't know where Keegan fits into that.
That's why I double checked, because I thought Keegan would be in there somewhere.
This is the idea that you run it back with the interim beam team and then just switch the roles up. So like Malik is starting and DeRozan comes off the bench.
I just don't think that the personalities will match wanting to do that. I just don't know what that looks like. Okay, Zach, because I feel as if I do think that Zach will be more comfortable this season or this coming season, but the idea of Zach is going to be our number 1, Zach doesn't do a lot. It's hard to have a number 1 that doesn't do a lot off the dribble, right? And Zach doesn't do a ton off the dribble. So I don't know what that looks like, because when the clock starts to wind down, the ball is still going to find itself in DeMar's hands. So that is to not make any type of move. I don't know. I understand why Ashley's saying that again, and then we'll just play the game as if DeMar does want to be here. That goes back to our conversation late last week of can you take a leap? Our Julius Randle conversation of can you take a leap after 30? And Steve Kerr saying, I think Julius Randle took a leap. And by the way, Draymond, I guess I didn't listen to the podcast. I guess Draymond admitted that Julius Randle cooked him. So is it a matter of Julius Randle took a leap and we looked at his numbers and we said, this is kind of what Julius Randle has always been doing. I don't know that that's quote unquote a leap. So can Zach LaVine take a leap at the age of 30 and be a number one? I think he could. I don't know where that gets you in the West.
Well, that part is what we said when the Fox trade happened. The how good or bad you can save the Fox trade is all based on how good Zach LaVine is going to be.
Yeah.
To the Julius Randle point, I think we need more of a sample size. Was it that Julius Randle took a quote-unquote leap, or is it that Draymond doesn't care about playing if Steph isn't out there?
That's right. That's right. You know, and Draymond's just lucky. He's probably saying, y'all are lucky that I'm even here. Y'all are lucky that y'all are lucky that I'm even on the court. So great stuff from Ashley. Let's hear from the Mind the Game podcast as they go back and forth. Steve Nash and LeBron about the mid-range.
For anyone who thinks there's too many threes, I'd like to know your take on this. That's never going away. And it's not because we don't take mid-ranges anymore. Like, think about it. Luka, SGA is going to have, Shea is going to have the best mid-range year of ever in the NBA, something like 60% on like 15 mid-range shots a game. Like, this is likely MVP, if not number 2 MVP race, having an unbelievable season, and he is shooting more mid-range shots than anyone else. But the key is like Giannis, who's picked up his mid-range game, Jokic, elite from the mid-range, KD, Luka, whoever these guys are, top players. What they are not doing is stopping driving the ball to the basket. So Shea still an elite, maybe the leader in drives, right? Same when push comes to shove, Luka, Jokic, trying to get to the rim. So it's not, I'm going to settle for mid-range shots. These are elite players taking the ball to the basket, taking threes, but the defense also is going to say, we can't let him get in there. What do you do now? So that's where these mid-range shots are never more valuable from your creators.
No, for sure. And the one thing about the creators, we're going to hit all 3 levels. And in order to be able to hit all 3 levels, it gives your teammates even more opportunities to do what they are out there to do. By either extending the defense to the 3-point. Okay, we're not going to, you're shooting 10 or 12 threes a game. Well, now we're going to extend our defense. We're not going to allow you to shoot the threes. But we're also going to protect the rim. But the creators in our game have always worked on mid-ranges, either if it's mid-range pull-ups, mid-range floaters, turning drives into back downs, to be in the mid-range. Like, for me,
even mid-range post-ups.
Even mid-range post-ups. You get a lot of guys in, your former teammate Dirk mastered the nail ISO, and at the time when Dirk was in his prime and doing his thing, it was, I can get all the way to the rim. I can back you down from here, or I can face you up and shoot. No dribbles, use all my footwork, use all my pivots, and I'm gonna keep the defense so at bay and off balance that it's always gonna work to the benefit of our team. And that's what it is. I think, like you said, the common fan will say there's no mid-range in the NBA anymore. It's just fast breaks, layups, threes, and free throws. But it's absolutely not true.
That was LeBron and Steve Nash breaking down the mid-range, and a lot of great stuff there. Kyle and I were kind of chatting during it, kind of using the word as the word creator instead of a star, if you will, or I guess just number one, and how many creators do championship teams have, and how elite are you at creating? I think the biggest issue with DeMar DeRozan is that they're saying it very nicely, but the mid-range, for the most part, I think Shea is probably the best argument against this, but for the most part, with these creators and Shea, I don't even know if Shea is a quote-unquote creator yet. He's just elite at scoring, but the mid-range is still the counterpunch. And they're trying to kind of argue that it's not as much as we're going to settle for the mid-range. And they might be right, but it is still the counterpunch. It is still the curveball to the Mason Miller fastball, and that is DeMar DeRozan's fastball. And to me, that's the problem.
Yeah, and I kind of want to go a little deep into the weeds a little bit on this, which is essentially just...
I will pull you out if you go too deep. But go ahead.
Sounds good. Because you kind of hit on the point, which is it's still the curveball because three-pointers and layups are still by far... Well, and free throws, but we'll take free throws out for a second. Layups and three-pointers are still by far the most valuable shots, and you have to be really good and go in with intent in the mid-range in order to be successful. Essentially, I crunched the numbers on this. This regular season, do you know what the league shot from the three-point line? If you took every player in the NBA.
Like the percentage?
The percentage. I'll give you the numbers real quick. It was 33,304 for 92,454. That was the number of three-pointers for the entire season.
What, 34%?
36%. It's 36.02. So basically 36% was the league-wide three-point shooting, which means as a league, if you took a three-point shot, doesn't matter from where, who shot it, you were averaging basically the easiest math I can do to explain it, 1.08 points every time you took a three-point shot, right? Because three-pointers were 36%. In order to have that same average on a mid-range, you would have to hit like 54% of your mid-range jumpers. And there's so few players in the league that can hit consistently 54% of those jumpers. Now, Steve Nash brought up in the clip, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is one of those people. But if I even made it 48%, which again is the equivalent of shooting 32% from the three-point line, if I made it 48% in the mid-range, you only have 30 players in the league who shot better than 48% just on shots inside 15 feet. So we're talking about like 10 feet to 15 feet. If you do like 15 feet to the three-point line, it's like 14 players in the entire league are good enough to justify taking mid-range jumpers. You have to be elite as a mid-range jump shooter in order to justify taking as many shots as you do.
So again, when you're looking at DeMar DeRozan and what a trade package could look like, you are the team receiving DeMar DeRozan and what he brings to the table. You're essentially going to know that you're going to overpay him and not get the production that he probably could give you for the better of the team, and in hopes that, you know, that one night or those couple nights where somebody is ice cold, your star is injured or ice cold, whatever it is. Okay, we have DeMar for those situations, but night to night, that's not how we're going to be able to get it done, because we are in a new era of the NBA, and we discuss the new era of the NBA when we return. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
People are coming from all over to Sacramento, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, from Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville, because they've seen for themselves the huge selection and the best prices at SackSuperstore.com. Good luck finding a lower price anywhere else. And if you do, they'll match it. It's as simple as that. Sacramento, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, where a handshake still means something. Open until 10 o'clock and centrally located right across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. And online at SackSuperstore.com. The guaranteed lowest price and the best selection of Dodge, Chrysler, Jeeps, and Rams. SackSuperstore.com.
San Francisco! What a laser from Brock Purdy, and what a catch.
San Francisco 49ers single game tickets are available now.
Intercepted by Fred Warner. Fred gets up and runs back the other way. One block and he's in. Gonna throw left for the end zone. It's caught by George Kittle.
Secure your seats at 49ers.com/tickets.
Touchdown!
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture with daily use. Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
There are so many benefits of working with the Overhead Door Company of Sacramento. Now, we chose them to get our new garage doors, and we're so thrilled that we did. They look absolutely amazing. Jason Ross here. And for us, well, we just flat out needed new garage doors. But maybe you do as well, or maybe it's just repairs to your existing doors. Well, the Overhead Door Company of Sacramento can help you with that. It is also a great time of year because this is when homes go on the market. So is yours ready? Well, one thing, don't forget about that garage door, because a new garage door can increase the value of your home. First off, with Curb Appeal, a new modern or stylish garage door can improve the overall appearance of your house. Also, the return on investment. It is one of the most cost-effective upgrades to increase your home value. You can see for yourself. Just visit the showroom off Franklin Boulevard and ask about the Sacktown Sports Special. Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, the genuine, the original overhead door. Always look for the red ribbon logo.
At Big O Tires, now through Memorial Day, get $80 to $120 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Cooper, Nexen, Nitto, or Sumitomo brand tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See your locally owned Big O Tire store for pricing.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
This is not your grandpa's NBA. This is not your uncle's NBA, depending on how old your uncle is. This is a new day in the NBA. The Knicks' last title was 1973. The Thunder's last title, well, the Thunder technically don't have a title, but it was 1979 in Seattle. Pacers have never won a title, and the Timberwolves have never even been to the NBA Finals. This is what we knew was coming. This is what we knew was eventually going to happen. And I've always kind of defended the NBA because you can look at this thing a couple times, and one way to look at it is, well, they need to stop with the Steph, LeBron. Stop having them play each other on MLK Day or on Christmas. It's time to usher in the Pacers. It's time to usher in, the Knicks were already there because of their brand, but it's time to usher in the Thunder. You have to make it happen. And I always said, look, man, these guys are going to be done soon anyway. We have no clue if these new stars are going to be to the level of LeBron and Steph, and the chances are that they aren't. So I don't really blame the NBA for just milking it for everything that it's worth. And organically, if these guys are who everybody says they are, it'll get figured out. Well, in the year of our basketball Lord 2025, you have Tyrese Halliburton, you have Anthony Edwards, you have SGA, and he's a little bit older, but you have Jalen Brunson.
A late bloomer.
And I always say that. Let me see. He's 28. He's not even 30 yet. He's just not as young as the other guys that we mentioned. And basketball, the NBA, it's interesting because everybody will say, I don't think the numbers are going to be very good. I think let's talk best case scenario here, right? Best case scenario now is Knicks Timberwolves. Would you agree with that as far as numbers are concerned?
Knicks, yes. I don't think it matters because the market share of OKC and Minnesota is about the same. You're just making the case.
It's Ant.
Yeah,
that's the argument.
The markets themselves don't matter. It's just, would the league rather see Ant or Shea? Which Shea's about to win MVP. Like, I know Ant is fun, and you mentioned everyone wants to be Ant and everyone has his shoes, but Shea is the MVP of the league and has a great chance of being the best player in the league when it's all said and done.
Adam Silver wants it to be the Timberwolves. And I don't even know that it's close.
I just think
you gotta have it.
I just think the whole conversation does a disservice to the teams that are there. If we immediately jump to, well, what does the league want?
Because it is. But this is the first time getting to have this conversation, and they can't say Golden State or they can't say LeBron. So I think it's a different version of that conversation.
Well, so this is what's so fascinating is that you were making the point, and it's true that there's no more Stephs, there's no more LeBrons, there's no more James Hardens, there's no more Kevin Durants.
Yeah.
It's not even that generation. Like, now there's no Jokic's, there's no Giannis's, there's no Embiid's, there's no Kawhi's, there's no Anthony Davis, there's no Devin Booker. Even the generation that was never able to take the mantle from
that
LeBron
generation stunk.
Well, that generation
It stunk.
That generation, they just all split the titles, right? It's like, Anthony Davis, you get one. Jokic, you get one. Giannis, you get one. Steph is going to steal one on your watch.
Yeah.
And even that generation is gone now. Like, this is the new age NBA everyone was preparing for. We're now 2 generations removed from Steph and KD and LeBron and those guys. Like, even the Jokic's, Giannis's, and Embiid's, they were just like, get up out the paint, guys. It's time for the new kids on the block.
Well, can I tell you something else? Is this how business works? If you think that this is going to usher in a change, just take a look at the Cowboys and how many primetime games they got. Adam Silver is going to say, oh, bleep, it's actually happening now. We will probably get more Warriors and Lakers than ever before next season because he's going to see that it is truly almost over.
Well, not only that, you have Shea, Halliburton, Anthony Edwards, and Brunson here. And yes, obviously the Knicks are the Knicks. It's cool that they're good. But you know what they're going to do next year? Luka time.
Yeah.
It's Luka's league, and we're all just watching.
I would imagine it's probably going to be Warriors, Timberwolves, I think, on Christmas because, Steph's back now, and then who knows who even plays in that situation.
You don't think they're going to squeeze one more Lakers Warriors out of it?
They can do that on MLK Day. They'll do it. Don't get me wrong. They'll do it.
I think they'll squeeze one more Lakers Warriors.
That
on
might
Christmas.
be opening night, though.
What do you mean?
Just keep doing it.
Okay, we did make the point, this was years ago, that the Lakers literally have played on opening night every year since 2005.
Yeah.
So you can pencil in the Lakers. I would say, it was either Lakers or Warriors have played every opening night for 20 years. If the Knicks win the championship, who do you invite to play the Knicks? Boston?
Yeah.
You invite.
Well, with no Tatum, no.
But they did that last year, right? Boston won the championship, and they had the Knicks go to the Garden.
Yeah.
Do they just do it in reverse if the Knicks win the championship? If OKC wins the championship, do you just put OKC against the Lakers?
Yes, that's exactly it.
You have the Lakers go to OKC.
That's literally what you know. They probably make OKC go to LA, even though they're the champs.
Not with ring ceremony.
Even though they're the champs. They we'll do it later.
That just reminded me, who did they have the Nuggets play opening night in 2024 when they did the ring ceremony? Was it the Warriors?
I'm just mentally preparing for numbers to be down this season, or I would say specifically starting now.
It was the Lakers.
Right, it was the Lakers. I think starting now, we're going to see the numbers drop a little bit. NBA haters are going to come out the woodworks and say there's something wrong with the product. And this is built differently than the NFL. Yeah, I've continued to say it, and I'll continue to say it. This is going to probably be a bit rough for the NBA and I think the hope is, and I've said this before, as far as the Dodgers are concerned with Major League Baseball trying to find some footing, they need, and I know they kind of worked this against themselves with the CBA, but they can't continue to have different champions every season. They can't continue to have that. It's not good. And I know, might sound crazy. It's not good for the game. It's not. A random Bucks, a random whoever it is, Nuggets here, there, and now what? You get the Timberwolves. If the Timberwolves win, let's hope. Besides the Knicks one-offs will feed families.
Yeah, the Knicks win a championship. They're going to be talking about that for decades.
But a random T-Wolves or a random Thunder championship and they don't go back, I think you got to start to build something here, because that's what it was, right? You went from, you had obviously MJ, you had Kobe, you had the Spurs and Tim Duncan, then you had LeBron, and then you had Steph. The dynasties have kind of carried the NBA, and I don't think it's any surprise that the correlation of the NBA and viewership dropping is how the dynasties have also kind of chilled out a little bit.
Yeah, I saw this stat that since there's going to be 7, no matter what, there's going to be 7 different champions in 7 years for the first time ever.
Yeah.
In the 70 years before the last 7, the same 7 teams won 77% of all championships. It was Boston, the Lakers, the Spurs, the Miami Heat, the Chicago Bulls. Those were the teams that won all the championships. And so it's different now, but we talked last week about how the ratings are up across the board for the playoffs. It's about to be this giant TV deal with NBC and Amazon. Like, I think take the city out of it, take the team out of it. If Shea and Ant go 7 games in this conference finals, that's going to be far more interesting than the Mavericks Timberwolves last year or the Nuggets just beating up on everyone in 2023. Like, I think the bigger thing is you might actually get a competitive conference finals for what feels like the first time in 5 years.
Yeah. And again, you hope for, if you are Adam Silver, you're hoping for a long series, because the longer a series goes, those viewers that might not care about Anthony Edwards yet or Shea yet, oh, Luka, or, the Lakers aren't playing, or no LeBron, no Steph, oh, I'm cool. They will still be more compelled to watch a game 6 or a game 7 the deeper it goes. The worst case scenario for the NBA is for, I would say, either team. It doesn't really matter, but let's just stick with OKC. If OKC smacks the Timberwolves in 5, that's worst case scenario for sure.
Was yesterday kind of like the arrival of the Thunder? Because yesterday was the day where you'd have said, okay, game 7, the 2 MVPs of the league, this is the game to watch. And Oklahoma City, if you take out the first 8 minutes of the game, Oklahoma City beat them by 50.
Yeah.
Like, is that the coming out party of like, oh, now everyone's going to start caring about Oklahoma City?
No, I don't think so. Because they beat a team that people still don't care about in the Nuggets. Now, when you say care, are you talking about NBA fans and respect for Shea, or just the casual fan? Because the casual fan, no. Maybe the actual hardcore NBA fan and where they list Shea and the Thunder, sure, but the casual fan does not care.
But does the casual fan care about Anthony Edwards in the same way?
They're starting to.
Okay, so then you're making the point that this series, if it's a back and forth 7-game battle, will build the mythology of Shea and Ant and kind of start a rivalry.
You got to build something.
Okay.
You got to build something. The other thing, and we'll talk about it on the other side as we hit the 1 o'clock hour. Yeah, the back and forth, Aaron Gordon, everybody chiming in on the only having 1 day off for these games. I believe they had 2 off before game 6 and game 7. But besides that, having 1 game off and how it doesn't make a ton of sense.
And they play game 1 tomorrow against the Wolves.
That's crazy too. So we'll get into that in the 1 o'clock hour. We have notable 42nd overall picks, because I'm in my draft bag now. I'm in my draft bag now, okay? I got some names for you to make you feel better about what the Kings could do with that pick. Brock Purdy landing that huge extension, but would you rather have him than some of these other top QBs in the league? And we're talking conference final. By the way, we're also talking Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Skeeter here. Got a question. What's small and dark with white bands on its legs and bites during the day?
Mosquitoes. Hi, I'm Luz Maria Robles, but these are 2 new types of day-biting mosquitoes. They're invading our area and becoming a big problem.
And they can be dangerous.
But we're on it, so when you see them, report it at fightthebite.net. In the meantime, use insect repellent and drain stagnant water around your yard.
We're here to help with these day-biting mosquitoes.
Visit us at fightthebite.net.
For 20 years since Bartley Kavanaugh Golf Course opened near the banks of the Sacramento River, it's been Sacramento's #1 course for fun. Perry Dye of the famous Dye family of golf course architects designed the course to be an easy walk, but motorized carts are available as well. You and your friends will find Bartley Kavanaugh's Tap House restaurant offers great food, whether you play golf or not. Relax on the outdoor veranda overlooking the course with a cold beverage or a tasty meal. For tee times, visit BartleyKavanaugh.com. It's Sacramento's #1 course for fun.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here reminding you to gear up for Memorial Day and summer barbecue parties at Amy's Outdoor Living, your grilling headquarters. Now, while others have raised prices, Amy's is keeping their low prices through May 26th. Weber, Traeger, Rectech, Blackstone. New Traeger Woodridge, $200 off at $6.99. The popular Weber Genesis starts at $7.99. $7.99. Rectech pellet grills, my brother's favorite, lowest price of the year. And Gosney pizza ovens, I've had mine for a year. I love it. Starts at $3.99 plus no sales tax on in-stock patio furniture through May 26th. You need umbrellas or cushions? Amy's has a great supply in many colors. Memorial Day is the perfect time to get that new barbecue grill you want. Amy's Outdoor Living in 2 locations, in Sacramento on El Camino near Watt and in the El Dorado Town Center.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Aaron Gordon was not thrilled as he tried to power through his hamstring. You could tell it wasn't right, but kudos to him for even trying. But he was not thrilled about the scheduling setup for the second round, I should say. And I do think it reflected a little bit. We've had the debate so many times. What is considered a good series? What if it goes 7 games and you sorry, I've just kind of turned on my Siri on my computer when I said series. But what is so I got to turn that off.
Got to make sure you don't say Nick Sirianni either.
That's right. And he did get an extension. Rah guy gets an extension.
Does anyone know if he's a good coach or not?
Throw him in the pile with Joe Mazzulla.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good way to put it.
I don't know. But, you had a situation where you have to play every other game, and whether it's a good series or not, it goes 7 games, and we've joked about this with the 2016 finals. Every game was a blowout besides the last game, but it was a great series, right? So how does that go? I think we did see a good amount, or we have seen a good amount of blowouts, and that's not good. I'll tell you this much, Kyle. Last night, I'm sitting there, or yesterday, I set up my backyard. I have an extra TV. It's nothing to write home about, but had the TV set up. We're going to watch Game 7 outside, so I set it up. I got the USB. I'm streaming it. I'm doing it all. Wifey and baby Styles were all outside watching, and she's running around playing. It's a great time, great Sunday. Second quarter came around. There was no point. I'm thinking I set all this stuff up for a blowout. So I don't know if that's all simply because of the 1 game on, 1 game off, or only having a day off. But all I know is as a viewer, I was very annoyed. Okay, I understand wanting to watch competitive, maybe this is just the basketball nerd in me, wanting to watch competitive series, competitive basketball. But at some point, I just looked up and I was like,
I am so impressed by what Oklahoma City is doing right now. Like, I'm just marveling at them dominating a team that I've watched win a championship before.
Sure.
And I'm watching that again.
And the same thing happened in the last Game 7 because the Nuggets beat the brakes off the Clippers.
Yeah, but that one was more so the Clippers just they were bad. This was like, no, I saw Denver take a 13-point lead, and then Oklahoma City beat them by 50. Like, it's one thing when you're beating the Grizzlies in Game 1 by 50. Watching them beat the Nuggets in a team that's won a championship in a winner-go-home Game 7 with freaking Caruso guarding Jokic.
Yeah.
Like, even I was impressed.
He was hacking him a bit.
Sure, but he's 100 pounds lighter than him.
Hacking him.
That's the Jalen Brunson thing. Do what you got to do. You're 100 pounds lighter than Jokic and 6 inches shorter. Do what you got to do.
So, yeah, Aaron Gordon wasn't happy about that. You had the weird thing with the Valkyrie situation, which the Warriors never got to, but Steph said he would have been good, or he said he was on track to be good if they did have that. We'll never know.
Is he just doing the LeBron thing?
I kind of, deep down, I do think that. But it was, 3-4 days off. So if you had dispersed that differently throughout the series, then maybe they get Steph back and it is what it is. And Adam gets one of his cash cows into the Western Conference Finals. We'll never know. It does feel weird to only have a day off, specifically once you get deeper into the playoffs. But, is that why the Nuggets went home? I don't think so.
No, and Denver obviously was battling injuries, but I watched this Denver. I mean, obviously they won close games against
Oklahoma. Look at the
Cavs
too, by the way, just because you said injuries. Look at the Cavs too.
I mean, the Cavs certainly are going to say, "Hey, if not for injuries, we could beat this Knicks team." I'm sure they're saying that to themselves.
Yeah.
But with the Denver part of it, it's like, I know they were injured, and I know they won, an overtime game, and Oklahoma City choked in Game 1, but like, that was still a Denver team that I saw compete with Oklahoma City throughout the series. To watch Oklahoma City beat them by 50, rest or no rest, Aaron Gordon or no Aaron Gordon, I was just shocked to see it go down the way it did. I know it was only a 40-point game, but like, they were up 10 in the first quarter, and then they were down 40 early in the fourth. It was kind of remarkable.
Yeah, and now Denver goes back to the drawing board along with a lot of other teams. Now the difference is you get to go back to the drawing board with Nikola Jokic, and that's much better than what a lot of people have. Kyle, we have all the different drawing boards that teams are going back to, okay? So the teams that are going back to the drawing board, well, the Kings are just always at the drawing board. You have the Kings going back to the drawing board. I don't know what type of drawing board do the Clippers go back to?
Ooh, the Clippers might be a spin the block. They might not be a drawing board. They might be we got to spin the block.
I like that. So you got spin the block, and you got drawing board. So Kings are drawing board. Suns drawing board.
Yeah, they got to kind of reinvent themselves a little bit.
Grizzlies drawing board. So I have 3 drawing boards.
Yeah,
right now.
they're going back to the drawing board.
Yeah, so we said Clippers are spin the block, which means that they will probably just run it back.
Well, it's not run it back. It's spinning the block. There's a big difference.
What is the difference?
It's a big one.
There is not.
It's a huge difference here.
Lakers.
Well, that's they got a
drawing board. I don't know what they're doing at the drawing board, but they're going to the drawing
board. Well, they got to round it out a bit. Like their roster just doesn't make sense. They got to go get a Capella. They got to go get a shooter,
a Claxton.
I don't think they want to do that.
They're drawing board to me, but it's not as dicey as the other drawing.
Can they go get Max Christie back?
Yeah, I don't think so. The Nuggets, like we said, are drawing board to me. Rockets and Thunder are just too young to worry, too young to have any worries. Well, that's the Thunder and the Rockets.
The Thunder might win the championship. Yeah. I don't know. Like, the Thunder might be young, but like, in the age of parity in the NBA where, 1 year you're up and then the next year you're down, it's like, if you win a championship out of it, who cares if you're going to
No, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Where are we at with and then you have building teams, right? I wouldn't put the
building blocks.
Spurs, Thunder, Rockets, they don't even need to be in these categories.
They're not on the drawing board, no.
Right. What are the Pelicans?
They're a different drawing board. They're the drawing board similar to the Kings. They got to ask themselves, what are we doing here?
All right, looking at the Eastern Conference quickly. Wizards terrible, Hornets terrible, Sixers drawing board.
They're on the drawing board.
Nets, give me Giannis or we stink again.
Yeah, they're debating whether to take the board off the shelf, right? They're either going to go all in for no reason or we're just going to keep being bad.
Raptors, why are we here?
Yeah, Raptors and Bulls are the same.
Bulls come next. After that, Hawks are drawing board.
Yeah, they're drawing board. They're figuring out Trae Young stuff.
Heat, culture. That's it.
Just culture.
No, that's it. So we don't have any drawing boards, and we'll probably get KD. The Magic are extremely. I know I've said this. Magic. I want them to be good.
Okay, I'm sorry. I got one more joke here. So we're talking about spinning the block.
Yeah.
We're talking about going back to the drawing board, and then there's the Miami Heat, which is just bleep you.
Yeah.
Just bleep you.
And our fans. You'll take this 9 seed and like it. That actually sounds like the Kings. The Heat, and we joked about this before. The Heat are the Kings with championships. That's it.
I don't agree with that at all.
Not even. And Spoelstra.
Look, the Kings have a lot of Heat culture in the sense that their players go to Miami and become good. Hassan Whiteside, Gabe Vincent, lot of Heat culture here.
Let's see here. Pistons too. They're not that young, but
they're spinning the block.
Yeah, they're spinning the block. Magic, like I said, I think Magic are at the drawing board. Probably Bucks are at the drawing board. Pacers are Vivek's dream. So I don't know how else to say.
What do you mean Vivek's dream? He had Tyrese.
But he wants to be the Pacers. If he could say, I am a 4 seed every season, and I don't know that. Well, if you could promise, I gotta be careful here, by the way. But if you could promise, Chris Watkins is in here fixing the lights, so the spotlight's on me. Yeah, you know what? We're just not going to do it. We're not going to do it.
You joke about that. He's got all the Pacers.
Basically, winning, being successful at that level would be really cool. Versus a more volatile 5 to 10 year stretch where maybe you get a championship, but maybe you're back in the lottery.
Woof, we got to bail you out a little bit here. Let's just where's my button?
Senor Segway strikes again. There you go. Knicks are doing well. Celtics are actually drawing board, and Cavs are actually drawing board.
Yeah. So there's only a few spin the block teams.
Yeah.
A lot of teams at the drawing board. There's just different levels of drawing board, it sounds like.
When we return, we talk Brock Purdy landing his 5-year deal. And let's talk a little bit of Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark, because there's something very obvious here that I don't know why people are missing on it. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Brock Purdy, 5-year deal. No trade clause also. So if you're a big fan of Purdy, you're happy. If you're not a fan of Purdy, I understand why today might be a tough day. But what were your options? Mac and cheese, Mac Jones? That's what we're doing?
Pay someone else $30 million?
Yeah. I mean, this is the going rates. This is what these guys are making. Look at Tua. Look at Jared Goff. He didn't get Brock didn't get Josh Allen money. Josh Allen guaranteed money, I should say. Didn't get Dak Prescott money, guaranteed money.
I know there's going to be one person on the text line who's like, they should have waited to draft Arch Manning. I'm like, okay, sure.
Well, that's what the Raiders, I think, are trying to do.
Are they?
I hope so.
I don't think so.
Trevor Lawrence, I mean, that's another balloon contract. Justin Herbert got 218 in guarantees. Again, Brock Purdy got 181. Lamar barely beat him. You know, Lamar signed a little bit ago, but 185 in guaranteed. And then under Brock, as far as guaranteed, Super Bowl champion Jalen Hurts and 179, Jared Goff 170, Tua 167. They really didn't want to pay Tua. I'm gonna just say that out loud. Jordan Love 160, Kyler Murray 159, and Mahomes obviously signed a while ago, 141. So that kind of rounds out the QBs, and after that, you get the Myles Garretts of the world, the Nick Bosa's of the world, the Jamar Chase's, guys like that. So I mean, look, when I look at Brock Purdy, I think that the dude can play for sure. I do think he can't cover up your warts as well as some of the elite quarterbacks can. That's not a slight on Brock Purdy. That is just how I look at it right now. And I also think that, you know, when people use all these funny words like slippery or sneaky athletic, there are plenty of times where Brock should have gotten sacked more. I know he held on to the ball a ton this past season, and that was a problem. But that O-line was terrible, okay? And Brock almost made it look not as bad as it actually was. Now, Brock did play a little bit of hero ball this season, but let's look at why. You know, you had Brandon Ayuk going down. You had Debo, who was terrible and chubby, all right? And you had Ricky Pearsall, who was still trying to figure out who he was in this league. Juwan Jennings, who was a great player. But, you know, there wasn't a ton for Brock to work with, and Christian McCaffrey obviously went down too. So I don't really blame Brock with some of the hero ball. We just have to see how it evolves this past season. We did a kind of a King of the Hill, right, or King of the Mountain last week with Brock Purdy and where it should sit. And Brock, I think, to me, I had him as 7th going into last season, and he is the 7th highest paid quarterback. So in my opinion, there are no – if you are a Niner fan with my mentality on Brock, this is a happy day, right? If you're not a fan, again, to Kyle's point, what other direction was there to go in?
Yeah, you're not making the point of dollars here and there. Saying this is a bad deal is making the point they shouldn't have signed him to any deal.
Right.
Which is, again, you can make that argument if you want. My personal point is you don't want to be in quarterback wilderness. That's some teams never get out of that. You don't want to dive into that because you don't need the best quarterback. You just need your quarterback. And the 49ers have always had their quarterback by hook or by crook. Sometimes he'll look like an MVP 2 years ago and take you to the Super Bowl. And last year he looked like QB 15 and they landed somewhere in the middle with a contract.
George Kittle, right? He just signed that, 4-year deal. Okay. So you have George Kittle, and who knows how much time Christian McCaffrey has in what's left of his prime. So this was not the time. Again, we talk about timelines a lot. We're talking about the Kings and the NBA. The timeline for the Niners, you have, you know, Juwan Jennings, you got Brandon Ayuk, and I know they're still trying to shop Brandon Ayuk for some odd reason. Well, the reason is they never wanted to sign him, but they did anyway. So now you have all of these decisions that you've made. There's no other way, in my opinion, to go from here than just moving on with Brock. You see what he has, and he's only 25 years old. Nobody talks about the fact that Brock can still get better. Now, he's not going to, I don't think, get a stronger arm. I don't think he's going to get faster, right? Any of those things that you normally project, but he's already, if you're one of the best processing quarterbacks in year 2 and year 3. I can only imagine how much better you're going to be, the Peyton Mannings at the line of scrimmage, making all these changes. Imagine Brock in year 5, in year 6. That's the type of stuff, as long as he stays healthy, that, again, going back to why Brock went with the last pick in the draft, that you can't measure right now. I saw something with Anthony Richardson, and look at Anthony Richardson. He threw a ball 1,000, something crazy like that. But that's fine. We can all find dudes that can do that. Can you read the defense? Do you know? Can you have anything? Remember Colin Kaepernick? That brother only had a fastball. Can you throw a ball with touch on it? Now, Colin Kaepernick can probably throw a ball harder than Brock Purdy. But I would take a Brock Purdy with the touch that he does seem to have. Sometimes there's too much touch. Can you get it over there? But I'm looking at what Brock does and what some of these other quarterbacks with these crazy projectables have. And I'm saying, okay, you continue to take the chances on those dudes, right? And most recently, Jalen Milroe. I like Jalen Milroe. But I would have I maybe would have gone the Shedeur route, just because I know Shedeur has the different levels, and layered throws. To me, Jalen Milroe, what do you always say, Kyle? He's going to get somebody fired.
Yeah. There's that brand of quarterback, right? The fact Jalen Milroe didn't go in the first round this year tells me we're not drafting. Anthony Richardson is the last of those guys that's going at the top.
Anthony Richardson is the Scoot Henderson of hyper athletic quarterbacks. That was the last one to say, you can't keep tricking off these situations. We can't keep doing this.
You can't be picking him in the top 5.
No,
you can't be picking that dude in the top 5.
Could we throw? Did it start? Not start, but is that a Trey Lance thing too? Because I don't think Trey Lance was an athletic freak like Anthony Richardson, because nobody is. But is he in that same world of, I'm done with these athletic projects in the top 5? Anthony Richardson, when Trey happened, it was okay, tough situation for the Niners, and Trey might be in Canada by the end of the season. And then they said, okay, well, no. Anthony Richardson is even more athletic, so this one's okay. And he also, and look, he's not done yet, but I got a weird feeling Daniel Jones is going to get more. We should do over-under on Daniel Jones starts, and it's going to be higher than you think.
I did love the joke that someone made, like, this is the fairest quarterback assessment ever. If you can't beat out Daniel Jones, Anthony Richardson, you don't deserve to start, which was very funny.
Yeah.
I will also say Trey Lance is definitely one of the, like, Josh Allen got drafted and everyone was like, we can do that.
Yes.
And it's getting dudes fired across the league for thinking they could do what Josh Allen did.
Funny enough, Trey Lance didn't get anybody fired. Because I guess Brock Purdy kept him hired.
Well, they had also already been to a Super Bowl before, right?
Yeah.
But Anthony Richardson got Frank Reich fired. You could go on down the line to other guys who none of them were picked in the top 5, but there are other teams that were like.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of others now. Maybe not top 5, but
the one that sticks out too, who finally did make the leap, is Jalen Hurts. But at the same time, like, Jalen Hurts was
second rounder though.
Second rounder, but also like an excellent college quarterback. Like, I saw Jalen Milroe get benched for one of those generic Alabama white dudes. Like, I know that Jalen Milroe is going to be a capital P project for somebody.
And he might hit. And if he hits, then they're back. Then they're back in the top 5 again.
But if you're the Seahawks, you can do that with a compensatory 3rd round pick. It's the taking Trey Lance at number 3 or Anthony Richardson at number 4. Before we get too sidetracked, I do want to make this point with the Brock Purdy of it all. Is like, some people will say he's 7th, some people will say he's 12th, best quarterback, whatever. Let's just acknowledge on the front end, there's a chance all of us could be wrong about how good Brock Purdy is.
In what way?
Either way. There's a chance he could be really good, and they re-sign him to another extension, and there's a chance he's really bad or gets hurt, right?
Well, let's start here. How confident are you that Brock finishes with the 5-year deal? How confident are you that he plays 5 years as the starting quarterback?
It's essentially a 4-year deal. So I would say at the end of the 4 years, he's going to be the Niners quarterback by hook or by crook. How good the Niners will be has much more to do with John Lynch than it does Brock Purdy, I would say. My point, though, is that if you took just the guaranteed money and then throw out the weird situations, which is Cleveland and the awful thing they did, and Trevor Lawrence with the Jaguars, which is kind of its own case. Here's the only quarterbacks that got more guaranteed money than Brock Purdy, if you throw out those two examples. Josh Allen, Dak Prescott, Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, Lamar Jackson. All quarterbacks that most people would say are top 7 in the league.
Yeah.
You're not going to have a ton of arguments about those guys being top 7 highest paid quarterbacks, but for some reason we have that same argument about Brock Purdy.
And that's always been pretty simple to me, that Brock should be the top of the second tier. I think if people want to sit there and argue about Baker coming off a really good season, we could have that argument. But again, for anything like this to come off as egregious or the Niners shouldn't have done it, that's what doesn't make sense to me, because obviously they should have done it.
Yeah, he's at the upper echelon of the second tier. Again, these are the guys right below him in terms of contract. Jalen Hurts, Jared Goff, Tua, Jordan Love, Kyler Murray, and then Patrick Mahomes is going to renegotiate his deal to be at the top. But again, all those quarterbacks, none of them you would say definitively 100% are better than Brock Purdy, except for maybe Jalen Hurts, and they got the exact same contract.
I would, yeah. And going into last season, I had Brock over Jalen Hurts out of respect to winning and how Jalen has played in 2 Super Bowls now. Jalen Hurts has to jump Brock Purdy. There's no doubt in my mind. He has to jump Brock Purdy. So I don't know if Jalen is 7th now. I got to do my full-on rankings before the NFL starts up, and obviously we have time for that. Let's talk conference finals and give our picks before things get kicked off. Also, talking Angel Reese versus Caitlin Clark. It's so obvious what's happening, people. I'll tell you what it is. Down south, Sacktown Sports.
Lowe's knows how to bring the heat with Memorial Day savings. Right now, select paint, primer, and stains, or buy one, get one 50% off via Visa gift card rebate. Plus, get 2 select 1.5-gallon annuals hanging baskets for just $20. Shop these Memorial Day deals before they're gone. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 5/28. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Annuals offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh, did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said, but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
The Hagen Oaks Cutting Edge Putter Fitting Studio offers you more technology, more choices, and more service. Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. With $30,000 worth of state-of-the-art technology ready for your fitting, Hagen Oaks will help you make your best putting stroke while finding the best putter design, shape, hosel, length, and loft for your game. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531 for more.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Carmichael Dave here for my good friends at American Energy. As a native Sacramentan, I can tell you, not that you need to know, that it might be nice right now, but turn the corner and oh my God, it's so hot. Yeah, you know, summer is coming. And my friends at American Energy want to make sure you are dialed with your AC unit. So how about this? Half off tune-up right now. It's a special going on, just $24.50 to get your air conditioner tuned up. A free diagnostic. And oh, by the way, if you need a new AC unit, up to $3,500 in rebates on qualifying system installations. That's right. They've been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Give them a call, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Here's the song.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
The flagrant foul that maybe wasn't a flagrant foul, that probably was a flagrant foul, but it's Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, so we're going to talk about it. And, of course, the conference finals coming up. 30 more minutes with you. Isn't it obvious? Now, me personally, I don't police fandom, and with that being said, I don't talk about, if you want to watch the Ocho, right? I found myself watching Pop a Shot before, okay, because it's entertaining. They had one where they were throwing a football on a roof. I'm not even kidding. I wish I looked up the name of that game. So I don't police anything that you might watch and find entertaining. That also goes for wrestling. I've never personally watched wrestling. I know it's huge. I know people love it, WWE and all of that. I know people love it. It just isn't for me, right? And even though I don't watch wrestling, isn't it quite obvious what Angel Reese is doing? She's playing a character. This is exactly what I've been thinking. Angel Reese, who first pushes a Fever player in the back, okay? And right after that happens, who also clapped when Caitlin Clark got hacked, last season? Angel Reese gets pushed down. She got a hybrid flops. She did get pushed, but hybrid flops, gets up and makes a scene as she is chasing down Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark throws her hands in the air. And everybody, oh my goodness, we're talking about it all day long. And it's quite obvious to me that Angel Reese knows what she's doing. We've talked about it before with her, for lack of a better term, being a martyr and just being that person that everybody's going to hate. Because as we've talked about in sports, you need hate watching. And WNBA, they're on to something. They have something with Angel Reese. Now, the Sky have to get better, because if they just keep getting their butts whooped by the Fever, you'll still watch, but you're just watching to watch them get their butts whooped. They need to be competitive, and I saw Haley Van Lith, which she scored 4 points. She didn't play very much, but I believe that Angel Reese, look, she probably doesn't like Caitlin Clark, right? I don't think she does.
I'll tell you this, she does not.
She doesn't.
She does not.
But I also do think that she is playing it up, because all day now, right, First Take, Get Up, all the shows on FS1, there's think pieces from RG3, and now you have Ryan Clark saying, well, he can't have a think piece because of the color of his wife. I mean, this is crazy stuff. Angel Reese knows exactly what she's doing. I think she doesn't like Caitlin Clark, and I think she still feels disrespected because of how much both. Caitlin Clark doesn't have the same popularity in college to me without the Angel Reese hate factor. I think that Caitlin Clark is still a star, but if they had played some milquetoast team in whatever the round that was, or the championship, and lost, right, to them, I think that Caitlin Clark will still be a star. But I am a huge, you know this, Kyle, I am very, very huge on hate watching and how that can propel a fan base, and that can propel a league to another level. So I'm not saying that Angel Reese should be in the same category, anywhere near the same star power category as Caitlin Clark. What I'm saying is Angel Reese knows who she is in this league. I would say you could liken it to Draymond Green, but I think Angel Reese is more so doing it. Angel Reese is doing it more controlled than Draymond Green for sure. But I believe that Angel Reese, she might not like Caitlin Clark, but equally, if not more so, she knows the character she is playing. And when Caitlin Clark, who is not as big as Angel Reese, gives her a foul that wasn't even Angel Reese jumping in the air, and Angel Reese chases her down. That's Angel Reese knowing this thing is going to go viral. And guess what? It went viral.
Okay, so I want to be careful about how I phrase this, not for the reason that I think you might be thinking, but just because I haven't followed up on it recently.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when Angel Reese first got in the league and she started doing that podcast, one of the things she talked about was she didn't want to be Caitlin Clark's rival.
Okay.
That's not what she wanted her career to be. She wanted to grow beyond the Caitlin Clark thing.
And she has outside of basketball.
Yes and no.
Mm-hmm.
Is that this is the really tricky part, is that being Caitlin Clark's rival, she's never going to be able to shake that because there's too much money. And again, people like us or RG3 or whoever else really only talk about the WNBA when it's Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese. You said it at the top of the segment. It's Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, so let's talk about it. Right? So all of their pockets are aligned with the two being connected. And maybe Angel Reese will one day be so great as a player that she will transcend being Caitlin Clark's rival. I don't think that's going to happen. It worked for Magic Johnson and Larry Bird. I don't think that's going to be the case with Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese. I think those two are just going to be joined at the hip for the rest of their career, whether Angel wants it or not. So I think over time, she might grow to just accept, and probably it'll feel more normal, but she does not want this. She doesn't want the rivalry. She doesn't want the death threats. She doesn't want...
Hold on. You're saying that based on what you heard her say.
Yes, right? And I haven't followed up in the last year to see how she's changed, but you don't hear her actively trying to distance herself from the Caitlin Clark stuff as much as she used to.
My argument, and obviously nobody wants death threats, right? And that shouldn't come, regardless of whether she's playing a role or not, that should never be a part of the game. It happens in men's sports all the time. It happens in women's sports. And, some would say that... It stinks, and I gotta be careful with what I say here, but nobody deserves to have death threats, right? But in a weird, sick way, it shows that the game has grown, right? Because it's a terrible part of sports, okay? But I don't know how many death threats they were getting the WNBA, 10 years ago. Again, that's a terrible barometer.
Yes.
But fans there are a lot of crazy fans out there. And then you throw in, the level of race and things like that. And it is what it is. What I see, and so maybe your argument is, no, she really just hates Caitlin Clark, because to me, what I watched last night was a foul and Angel Reese saying, what the bleep is wrong with you? You're bleeping crazy. Off of that foul, just reeked to me of somebody playing a character. And the only way this thing ends is, honestly, the only way I see it ending is, you're right. If Angel Reese, if one of them goes on to win more than the other, because Larry and Magic, they were both winning. They were both playing at the highest level. If Caitlin goes on to win 3 championships, they're not going to, and Angel is still struggling. The team struggles on the Kings, or struggles on the Sky. When I say struggle and my brain just goes back to Kings, then you will see the season start, and it ain't going to be the WNBA scheduling Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark. It'll be whoever Caitlin Clark beat in the finals or whatever the case may be.
Right. And we don't know how their careers are going to play out, right? Like maybe Caitlin becomes the person who always gets close and never wins the championship.
Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah, we just don't know. We'll see how it goes from there, and it's hard to conflate it to Magic and Larry right now, even though they are the Magic and Larry equivalents of the WNBA, and part of that goes into women's sports not being allowed for 50 years and the timelines and all that stuff. But Angel doesn't want her career to be defined by being Caitlin Clark's rival, because, and this is, from what I gauge, this is just a natural thing.
Well, then I would say don't react like that yesterday.
My kind of point is, like, she will probably learn to just embrace it as time goes on, just because I don't think you're going to be able to shake it. or will just stop caring is the other part. But I think this is kind of just a natural inclination. She also wants to be beloved. We all want to be loved and not the villain in whatever narrative arc people are trying to create, because I'm sure to some people, and again, this goes into the race aspects of it all, I'm sure to some people, Caitlin Clark is the villain and Angel Reese is beloved.
Yeah, and that was all I was saying is for obviously nobody deserves death threats. All I'm saying is that it unfortunately we've seen people, random NFL players, college players, right? And Angel Reese dealt with it in college. College kicker misses a field goal, right? And they end up having to leave social media. And it's sad. It's a sad reality of what it is. What I saw yesterday with Angel Reese, to me, I did not think that foul was, I don't think the punishment and how Angel Reese reacted fit the crime. So maybe that's an argument that she really does hate Caitlin Clark. But to me, when I initially watched it, I believe that Caitlin and Angel has spoken about kind of being that sacrificial lamb for this hate watching aspect. And what I saw last night, maybe I'm looking at it differently, and maybe it was blind rage. But to me, it was a foul that was not that hard. But Angel Reese, maybe again, half really reacting to it, half knowing what could come of this, goes after Caitlin, and it's everywhere.
I just don't think the reaction was that big a deal. I think people are
Kyle, she chased after her.
Sure. You can make that point of like, oh, she's playing into it by going after Caitlin, and that's an emotional thing. Sure. I think there's a more responsible way to look at it, but at the same time, it's like, yes, Angel and Caitlin are going to be connected one way or another.
I just think that Angel, and I think for the good of the NBA, this is what I'm saying. I think for the good of, because this is what they've talked about last season. I think Angel doing that helps the WNBA. That's what I'm saying.
But it helps the narrative that makes Caitlin the ultimate competitor person who the WNBA can prop up and make millions and millions of dollars on.
Yeah.
At the expense of Angel Reese and what Angel Reese wants from her career and public image.
Do we think that it doesn't help Angel at all?
I think Angel plays both sides.
Mm-hmm.
Angel does not like Caitlin Clark, also does not want to be Caitlin Clark's villain. And again, I haven't paid as close attention in the last 6 months, but she doesn't like Caitlin Clark. She doesn't want to be always associated with Caitlin Clark, but it's also hugely financially beneficial for her to be tied to Caitlin Clark.
And what you just said about the 6 month thing, that is where I think Angel is on this as well. I don't think Angel goes to sleep thinking about Caitlin Clark, right? I think she's got her podcast. She's doing her thing in fashion. She's making it happen.
She's doing the McDonald's commercials.
She's doing it was the Angel Reese special, whatever it is. But when it's time, okay, we're doing the Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark thing. Let me do what I need to do. That's how I see it. I don't think that, oh my goodness, now I got to go home and I'm still thinking about Caitlin. I think it's lights come on. Let's give them a show. And I do think very similar, I've talked to people about this that do, YouTube and, kind of the vlogs and things like that. You can start to lose yourself within what is the character and what is how I actually feel. And I think that Angel Reese is going to have to be very careful how she handles this, because I could be right, I could be wrong as far as this character thing, but at some point, if it hasn't already, it's going to wear on her and she's going to have to make some decisions.
At the same time, she's going to have to be careful with how she plays it, because she's playing both sides right now. Like Angel Reese is not on the cover of Reese's boxes without the Caitlin Clark thing.
And if yesterday, hey, I'm good off Caitlin, it's all love. I'm moving past it. The foul happens. She just kind of shakes it off. They get their butt whooped. And that happens 3-4 times this season. There's no storyline. Do we hear about her double-double? Sure. If she continues to go on that path, but she's got some decisions to make.
Yes, she is a marketable star because of the connection to Caitlin. Maybe one day she will become as great of a basketball player to match it. But again, that's the difficult part about playing both sides, because you said she's got to be careful about it. And I think the only reason she needs to be quote unquote careful, because you can play both sides and people will still love you.
Yeah.
But the reason I think we're choosing the word careful is people who don't know how to behave themselves, painting this out to be Angel as the villain in this story arc of whatever they want Caitlin Clark to be. Mostly Caitlin Clark fans, but also white people that don't know how to behave themselves.
Well, and like I said, the reason Ryan Clark said what he said, and we're way over time. The reason Ryan Clark said what he said about RG3 and what's going on in his home or whatever is because RG3 came out and said, Angel Reese hates Caitlin Clark. And that H word is tough, man. So and my counter to that is I don't know that it's the H word. I don't think she likes her, but I also think that she knows we can give the people a show, even if it's at my expense, but it's also at my benefit, right? It's both sides to it. All right, we're way over time. Whitey Gleason is banging on the door trying to get in here. So we're going to invite Whitey on in and talk a little bit of conference finals down south, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in focus and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
500 Capitol Mall, Sacramento. CordellCordell.com.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes. Our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first. Because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
At Power Business Technology, we're not another big box corporation. We're your neighbors, locally owned and operated. We know what businesses like yours need, from reliable printers to high-performance copiers. We'll help you find the right solution with personal service you just can't get online. Need setup or support? We're just down the road and always happy to help. Power Business Technology, family hometown service with big-time solutions. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Live and local
It's Allen Stiles.
on Sacktown Sports.
Whitey Gleason joins us as a new era is upon us in the NBA. And it's a little bit of out with the old, in with the new. Not that the old is completely done. We don't know if LeBron will have.
Saying that, Alan.
No, well, I am talking about you. Not that we don't know if LeBron will have another go at it, or Steph, or Kevin Durant, and any of those guys. But for this season, it's the young guns. And Whitey, do you think we're approaching maybe a tough transition period in the NBA, because I'm not worried. They're going to say what they're going to say, as the first round had crazy ratings for the NBA. But now with the teams that we have left, and besides the Knicks, no real big markets, the numbers I just don't think are going to be very good, right? Best case scenario, we were talking about best case scenario is probably
got the Knicks
Timberwolves would be best case scenario.
I don't know. OKC, when they had Durant and Westbrook, people didn't care. They didn't say, it's OKC, I'm not watching. I think this team's very watchable. You probably talked about this, but we're going to have a 7th different champion now in 7 years. Never happened before.
I don't like it.
In the previous 70 years before that, the same 7 teams won 77% of all championships. And now 7 different teams are going to win in 7 years.
I don't like that either, the old version.
You don't like anything.
No, I don't.
You want to play it straight. You can't win more than 2 championships.
That's right. Man, 3. And then you got to lose the 4th, but be in the finals. But
so the Warriors are the perfect amount for you. That's the perfect amount of winning is the Warriors.
I did not say a name at all. We were talking about teams that are kind of going back to the drawing board and teams that are maybe just going to run it back. As far as the Nuggets are concerned, who are now done, and the Bucks, Giannis keeps coming up. Whitey, I likened it to a bar rescue with John Taffer, in that it feels like a lot of owning a team, or a lot of having a team, is just trying not to suck, pretty much, versus, we have this great opportunity, but you have 5 to 7 years where you have a chance to do something like the Nuggets had and the Bucks had. And the difference between the Kings and all these other teams, it's not necessarily that they've struggled. It's just there's been no relief. Every whatever amount of years, you get relief of, hey, here's 4 years of playoff basketball. Even if you don't win the whole thing, here's 4 years of just feeling good about it. And the Kings just haven't had that.
I think the windows are going to stay open for a shorter period now because of the new CBA. And is that part of why the Kings Beam Team era ended so quickly? It probably had more to do with the way they dealt with things, but I do think that's going to be the norm now. I just think it's funny. This isn't really to your point at all, but the Nuggets are not going to the Western Conference Finals, but Michael Malone is.
Oh, with ESPN?
Yeah, I think that's funny.
Well, I thought you were going to say he's coaching or something.
No, he's going to be broadcasting.
I saw that.
Yeah,
I saw that. Will he find a way to take a dig at the Nuggets somehow, some way?
I don't know. He might at ownership, but he's a smart guy, and he is such a hard-nosed, kind of grind him down, get in his team's face guy. I'm sure he recognizes those coaches tend to have a shorter shelf life.
Well, speaking of, with the Nuggets deciding to go in a different direction, I have no clue what to do with David Adelman. I don't know.
Oh, they love him. The players love him. He'll be back. Players love him. Glowing reviews.
Jokic coaching the team.
Yeah.
What are we doing, man?
Why not? He's paid his dues.
You said last week that he was a lock to keep the job.
I know. He is.
Yeah.
But I have no clue if he, quote unquote, proved himself, because the reality is I think they were going to hire him either way.
Okay. They played well. So what is your point?
It's just acting as if it was and I guess people could say the same thing about the Kings, but we're going to fire him now and see if we get a random jolt before the playoffs. The Grizzlies, if Michael Malone had lost in the second round, they would have said this was the early exit we were worried about, because it wasn't even about that. They just wanted to move on. So just move on.
Yeah, I don't know. They played well. They played a lot better, and they were more functional and less dysfunctional. So you got to give him the job. Yeah, I don't know who else you would give the job to.
No.
You saying they should have kept Michael Malone?
I love
Michael
I'm
Malone.
saying they would have done this. It wouldn't have been worse. I don't think that David Adelman gave them a jump, is what I'm saying.
Well, I think the decision was made based on a lot of things behind the scenes that we're just not privy to. If you had people that were unhappy, and the team certainly played like they were more engaged, and that's important.
What's on the show today?
This show today?
Today.
Rob Stats Guerrero is going to join us.
Niners.
Yes.
Okay.
Latest on Brock Purdy. Why so many people are having such a hard time with all the Brock Purdy nonsense.
Are you talking about the contract?
Yeah.
But
and just the whole Brock Purdy thing. It's nonsense.
But
why are they paying that guy so much?
But isn't the thing over? Isn't it over now because he got paid?
No. I mean, not from what I'm hearing. You still hear people. I sat across from one on Friday or Thursday, whatever day it was.
So what, he thinks that they shouldn't have paid him?
Just there's a lot of Brock Purdy detractors.
I don't know. My whole thing is I just think he's better than Tua. So as long as he gets the better contract than Tua, which he did, then the conversation, he's better than Tua, he's better than Jared Goff. So what are we talking about? That's literally where the conversation starts to end for me. What's up, Kyle? We got some breaking news?
Yeah, late breaking news coming in here on the show. Let me just make sure that's the real Adam Schefter. Yes, all right.
When it breaks,
we have it first.
It's Sacktown Sports.
We got it before 158. All-pro linebacker Fred Warner and the San Francisco 49ers are in agreement on a 3-year, $63 million contract extension, $56 million guaranteed, which makes him the highest paid linebacker in the NFL.
Here we go.
Wow.
16-1 this year.
Fred Warner, fellow Panamanian, so me and him, we connect there. Good for him. I mean, he's a stud.
Yeah.
And he really is. I mean, the foundations, when you look around at this Niner team, not a ton of the foundations, but a good bit of the foundations are starting to make their way out, or they're a bit older. So they do lock down one of their kind of strongest vets on the team. Great stuff.
Do you know the fun story of how he ended up on the Niners?
Why don't you tell us, Kyle?
So if you knew, I wasn't going to tell the story.
No, well, I'm not going to.
You remember when the Niners had the 2 pick in the draft in Shanahan's first year, and they traded down 1 pick so the Bears could get Trubisky? And then the Niners took Solomon Thomas with the 3rd pick in the draft over Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
That extra draft pick they got for moving down 1 spot was a 4th-round pick, and that 4th-round pick became Fred Warner.
There you go.
Bingo.
Great trade.
Great trade, Fred Warner.
Even though you didn't get Mahomes, you got a Hall of Fame linebacker.
Yeah. Yeah, there's certain drafts, and it all depends on who is available. I looked back, and I know it was the Giannis draft, but that Anthony, because, I'm in draft mode now, Whitey.
Oh, yeah.
And, I saw Grant Nelson, 6'11", this guy, late first rounder. Maybe the Kings can sneak in there. All right. But anyway, that Anthony Bennett draft was terrible. The Cavs messed up, but there wasn't it wasn't a situation where, if only we had got that Anthony Bennett draft was awful.
What, you don't like Victor Oladipo or CJ McCollum?
CJ McCollum, Giannis was in that draft too. But yeah, I know everybody gave the Cavs a tough go, but that draft was awful.
I think maybe I think Rudy Gobert was in the 3rd round or something.
Yeah,
the late first.
Otto Porter Jr. went 3. Cody Zeller went 4. Alex Len went 5. Nerlens Noel 6. Ben McLemore 7 to the Kings. KCP went 8. And this was a guy that I thought I was going to hit on. Trey Burke. I thought Trey Burke was going to be something. Loved him at Michigan. So you never know, man.
By the way, Mr. Draft Mode, the guys that came out and worked out for the Kings, Darian Williams he apparently did not have a good combine. He apparently may go back to college.
What?
Yeah, he did. John Hollinger says he may have to go back to college to improve his draft stock because he struggled at the combine.
That means he's right in the stay.
No, that means he's got a nice NIL package coming from someone.
Stay. When do they have to make those decisions? I know it keeps changing.
I'll get that for you tomorrow, Alan.
I know it keeps changing.
Yeah.
Stay. Come home.
He struggled.
Come home like DeMar did. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson. Drive Guys coming up next. Thanks to all the callers, texters, sack chatters. Thanks to Greg Swartz from Bleacher Report. Thanks to Kyle. And you can check that out on YouTube as well. Thanks to Kyle. Great job as always. Until tomorrow. Check the bag. It's me. Bye.
Don't forget my podcast.
Gotta go. On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento